Testing. Doctor.
I mean, if you're telling, I'm gonna use the web.
That's what Dallas County, 52. Yeah.
Okay, you're good, good, Commissioner. You're welcome. Good morning, everybody. Sir, stop. Sir, you can go ahead. This lady, she has to.
But KOCH, okay, he's here too. Okay. Got it. Nothing. They said you were in the basement. Okay.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Hey, can somebody grab me a gavel on my team? All right, I'm just gonna show up with a gavel. I'll just talk. The court will please come to order. There's a quorum present. All of our court members are present. All legal notices have been posted, and the court is duly called. Is there a motion to close our August term?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Gong. Is there a motion to open court for the September term?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion likewise carries unanimous. Bailiff will please open court.
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the September 2022 term. The Honorable Clay Lewis Jenkins presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
All right, and the invocation today will be given by a guest of mine, and it's Dennis Farley, who was born and raised in Columbus, Ohio. He joined the United States Air Force and served 4 years of active duty as a law enforcement specialist. Following his military service, he began his 29-year career at the Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Prisons. Dennis has served as an associate pastor at Bobtown Road Baptist Church in Garland since 2006 and is a volunteer chaplain with the Dallas County Sheriff's Office since 2010. He's been married to Irma for 34 years and they have 3 adult children. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you join me in prayer, please? Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day, Lord. We rejoice in the day that you have given us. And Father, I just pray over this body and the business that takes place. Your word says that you rise governments and you lower governments. So Father, we know that it's ordained, and it's ordained that the people follow authority. And in this day and time, as we see such chaos and uncivil actions between one another, Lord, I pray for civility. I pray for appreciation of different opinions. I pray for the diversity of our minds and our actions, because we all have something of worth. So, Father, I just pray for this body, this government. Lord, I pray for these leaders, that you would give them a clear and direct path to lead this county and be an example for this state and this nation of what a city can look like and represent you well. So, Father, I just pray over them. I ask that you would bless them and their families. Father, be with those that are here and representing, who take time to do the people's business. So, Father, we just thank you. Again, we give you all glory for everything that you do, and may everything that's said and done in this courtroom bring glory to you. And we ask this in your precious name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Commissioner Price has several resolutions. So Commissioner Price, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. The first resolution will be that for John Miller and that delegation. So, Mr. Miller, want to come forward along with the delegation from the Juvenile Department? No, just right there behind the podium, if you will. That's my vote. Everybody else want to join him? Okay. Since whereas Dallas County Department managers are entrusted to demonstrate exemplary leadership, vision, efficiency, and integrity, John A. Miller has served tirelessly as a juvenile department probation supervisor with honor and dedication to meet the department's initiative for our employees, our citizens, and our constituent communities. And whereas John A. Miller was born in Louisville, Kentucky, attended DuPont Manual High School, and whereas John A. Miller is a proud graduate of Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green, Kentucky, where he received a Bachelor of Science in Physical Education with a minor in education in May of 1980. And whereas John A. Miller also received a Master of Public Service in December 1982 from Western Kentucky University. And whereas John A. Miller began his career with the Juvenile Department on June 1st, 1984, where he served as a juvenile supervision officer in detention until his promotion to intake probation officer in April 1988. And whereas John A. Miller was promoted into an assistant supervisor position into the Placement Services Unit in October of 1995, where he served until his probation to intake screening supervisor in October of 1996. And whereas John A. Miller promoted in the detention assistant superintendent position in August 2004 and later transitioned as a superintendent for Lyle B. Medlock Residential Treatment Center. And whereas John A. Miller returned to probation division in October 2007 as the field supervisor serving Southeast Dallas County and has remained at this location until his retirement. And whereas John A. Miller will share and enjoy his retirement with his wife Shannon Miller, his daughter Brandy Miller Renfro, and his son Jason A. Miller. And whereas John A. Miller has served the Dallas County community, youth, and 38 years with the utmost profession, dedication, and compassion for service. And whereas John A. Miller will be remembered for his unselfish service in the Dallas County community, co-workers, and youth he has encountered along the way, the county and the juvenile department acknowledge and appreciate his dedication and extend congratulations and best wishes in this new chapter of his life. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court do now, and with a great sense of resolve, convey its best wishes to John A. Miller as he celebrates 38 years of serving the citizens of Dallas County and makes way toward a well-deserved retirement. And I so move.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Egerton, I'm sure you want to speak for the department, then we'll hear from Mr. Miller. I don't see Mr. Beatty, so, okay.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning. Now announce yourself, please, for the
Cheryl
record.
Eagleton, Assistant Director for the Juvenile Department.
Okay.
I guess I can start out by explaining or describing John as not just being dedicated and professional. You know, we strive to look for empathetic leaders. John is a model for the Juvenile Department. He has led, like you mentioned, he's been here for 38 years, but he's led this department and other leaders to help respect, understand the need to respect staff, to work alongside staff, to move staff in the direction and to grow staff in the direction that the Juvenile Department wants them to go in. I started back in 2007, my first time around, and John was the superintendent at that time, and he was very instrumental in showing me the ropes and how to, you know, move about in Dallas County. And so he's always been this kind of quiet, sophisticated, kind of smooth, he is. So I won't take up all the time, but you know, we do want to express our appreciation for the service that he's provided the youth and the families, and for the growth that he's provided to our staff over the years. I'll call up Mr. Acosta.
Thank you, Ms. Eagleton. Rudy Acosta, Deputy Director over Probation Services. I have the honor of having worked with John Miller for the last umpteen years, and I can echo what Ms. Eagleton has said about Mr. Miller. He's very driven. He's very dedicated. He's always at work. He provides the direction necessary to not only staff, but he plays well, and he's a real good team player with all other staff members with the department. He's truly going to be missed, and I'd really have to say it's been 38 years, but I'd like to say to his wife, thank you for sharing him with us for 38 years, and have 100% of Mr. Miller now moving forward. So thank you again, Mr. Miller, for everything you do. It's his staff here, and we really like to acknowledge Mr. Miller and congratulate him on a job well done and wish him very well. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thanks, sir. Well, thank you, Commissioner Price, Commissioners. Daryl Beatty, Director of the Juvenile Department. I want to take the time to honor Mr. Miller, who's given 38 years of service to the youth, the families, and the community. It's much appreciated. But he does it with a humble heart. And that's something for me that stands out. Even more so, he's consistently good. He's self-manageable. I got the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Miller a couple weeks ago. We got to talk for about 2-3 hours. Went out there really just to talk for about 30 minutes, but we had such a great conversation about what we can continue to do for youth and families that we serve. And that's appreciated, and something that will always be on my heart as far as remembering what we can do and what we will do for our kids. And so we appreciate his service. He's given a lot of work to Dallas County, and we know that he's going to go in and do that same work with his family, so we appreciate it. And congratulations, Mr. Miller, on 38 years.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. On you.
This was not in the plan. I was sharing with Brandon Jones, one of my staff, that way back in 1984, I had to come to this building to put in my application for my job by hand. So I'm coming full circle now.
Well, I don't know. We still did a lot of hand. That's part of our problem. But anyway, go ahead and continue.
But I won't take up you guys' time. It's been great. I don't know any other way to describe it. It's been great. I've loved every minute of my job. I'm ready to be with my wife and my family. Kinda, because I'm gonna miss my job. But it's time. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate everything. 8 years has been great. I hope the next 38 years is even better for you guys. Thank you.
Let me this. Ms. Miller, you don't have to validate this. I know he done come home cussing. Mr. Miller stepped in at some times, and this was before either the director or the deputy director was here, and there's some very challenging circumstances. And sometimes he and I had to close the door out at a little place called Youth Village. I know you're firm, and I got you. And it was a rough time, but he stepped up. He stepped up at a very challenging time. I know we always talk about adult custody, and I'll spend some time today talking about that. But, you know, youth custody ain't no walk in the park. In fact, we got the same kind of oversight that we have in the adult system, whether it's the Juvenile Probation Commission or the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. Officers are held to a standard, and probably even more difficult because they have to be a lot more in terms of restraint and discipline. Probably a little bit more genteel than in the adult system. And some of those young people can get a little rough. I'm amazed that, and I spend it, and they all will tell you, I spend a lot of time out there. The fact that they have to be part director, part psychologist, and part mediator. They've got to recognize when a young person comes into their jurisdiction, whether or not they've been involved with other young people. They got to separate those individuals so that they don't create in the institutions that kind of, I won't say explosiveness, but it's difficult. And I've watched what you had to deal with. And so I don't ever want to minimize what y'all do in the juvenile system. Mr. Miller, thank you. Like you said, we haven't always agreed. We've had to close the door, but I just appreciate the fact that you've been there 38 years. That's as long as I've been here as well. Well, I've been here a little longer, but as a commissioner. And that when you filled out your paperwork up there, Darrell Thomas's office was on the 4th floor. That's where the auditor's office was. Commissioner's court was on the 4th floor. The treasurer's office. So we can go down, memory lane. But thank you. Thank you for holding out and staying with us that long. I know it hasn't been easy, but enjoy your retirement, bro. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for 38 years.
May I just add a little note to this also? There has been a reference to time in both the resolution that was presented as well as some of the words of your colleagues. And I just want to say, Mr. Miller, that do we have the time to recognize you? You betcha. 38 years for the good of Dallas County and the residents of Dallas County. And I know in the spirit within which you were working and offering your services, that it was with the humble heart that was already mentioned also, and that your 38 years is so much appreciated. And so, yes, we most certainly do have the time to say thank you, to wish you well. And I know your wife, she's got a smile on her face, so I guess it's okay. But also know, too, for a person who has been doing the kinds of things you've been doing, of you probably haven't sat around too much in the last number of years, and I have a sneaking suspicion you will not be sitting around much in the future. But do want to recognize the incredible service, the value of the service, the quality of the service that you have given the residents of Dallas County. So thank you very much. Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Come on, they ought to be able to get a photo. Has anybody else been out there 38 years? No. Nobody else has been able to be there 38 years.
You don't need a commissioner?
And not at the juvenile department.
That's hazardous duty right there.
Yeah, y'all come on in flank. There you go. Ms. Bowser? What are you doing? Y'all come on. You act like y'all don't work for the department. Come on. Drag it in late. Say you come way out from way out in the country. Got it? Again.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, sir. John, thanks for investing so much of your life with the kids.
Congratulations. Thank you for
Judgment, the next resolution, I'm going to yield to my colleague, even though when we're reading, it's basically the same event. We just call them by different names, and so I will yield that next resolution to Dr. Daniels.
Thank you.
Oh, are you gonna read it now, Dr. Daniel?
That's great, because what I would like to do is read kind of both of them, because you bring forward a number of details that I think are very important to include. So I'm going to start with my resolution, which gives an overview of National Recovery Month. And first of all, would like to invite Mr. Joe Powell. Is Craig Anderson here? Yes, if you'll come forward. Kelly Leos, is she here? Yes, please. And I think I saw Doug Denton. Is he here? Yes. All people very involved in this particular.
Walter Taylor's here.
Oh, Walter Taylor. He just walked in. Yes, thank you, of course. So, whereas during National Recovery Month, we celebrate the millions of Americans who have achieved recovery and reaffirm our commitment to helping more Americans overcome substance use disorder and reach recovery. Recovery is for everyone because it benefits everyone. In recovery, we build new connections to ourselves, our families, and our communities. We are all called to end gatekeeping and welcome people to recovery by lowering barriers to recovery support, creating inclusive spaces and programs, and broadening our understanding of what recovery means for people with different experiences. We also support those who are still struggling to achieve recovery and dedicate ourselves to overcoming these challenges together. This year's theme, Recovery is for Everyone, every person, every family, every community, emphasizes that recovery is possible for all Americans. We honor the many pathways to recovery and will support individuals and their families at every step along their journey in whatever form it takes. The observance serves as a reminder that we empower communities and families when we engage in healing that extends beyond the individual. People can and do recover every day. Whereas the work ahead includes making treatment and recovery support services accessible to all Americans. The American Rescue Plan delivered nearly $4 billion to strengthen and expand mental health and substance abuse use disorder services. With those funds, we can also continue to work to expand employment opportunities for people in recovery and foster the development of recovery-ready workplace policies and cultures. Helping those in recovery to attain economic opportunity and mobility will not only improve their well-being, but also benefit our nation as a whole. These investments will lay the foundation upon which more Americans of all backgrounds in every community can build and maintain long-term recovery. I would like to now
Yeah, I will.
fold in.
Yeah, and if I can fold in just a little, Mr. Paul, and with the acceptance of my colleagues, it talks about whereas the Recovery Institute reports that 11.1%, or approximately 27.5 million adults in the United States admit to a substance abuse problem in their lifetime. And whereas 74.8% reported that they were in recovery or recovered from their substance abuse problem, translating into about 20.5 million adults in the United States. And whereas in 2020, 17.3% of adults ages 12 to 17, or 4.2 million people, received mental health services in a specialty setting, although 14.9% of those people ages 12 or older, or 41 million, were classified as needing substance abuse treatment in the past year. Mental health and substance abuse disorders affect all communities nationwide. Those impacted can embark on a journey of improved health and overall wellness. But whereas Black people had the largest percentage increase in deaths 2019 to 2020, a jump of 49%. Death rate from all four racial and ethnic group studies included whites, climbed higher in 2020 than in any single year per researchers. And whereas the state of Texas has languished behind others in sufficiently finding recovery programs, both private and public, which creates backlogs in county jails across the state and creates billions of dollars in burdensome spending in larger counties like Dallas County. And whereas recovery brings attention and improves the lives of citizens in mental health and substance abuse use disorder by raising awareness, educating communities about effective. All we're saying is that this Commissioner's Court rightly recognizes the big Texas rally for recovery as they remind us that recovery programs are essential to public health and law enforcement strategies. And local programs like Association of Persons Affected by Addiction, also known as APA, and others, continue to serve the great need that we see in Dallas County.
Okay, and then I can finish up by saying, whereas while opportunities for recovery should be available for everyone, those with substance use disorders in racially diverse, tribal, rural, and other underserved communities often lack access, which we have just heard regarding Dallas County, to the support services that they need to receive treatment and sustain their recovery. Research also shows that a treatment gap lingers between people of color and their white neighbors. People of color not only have less access to support services for addiction, but are also subject to harsher penalties when addiction leads to interaction with the criminal justice system. To address this, we are working towards a government-wide approach to advancing equity, including in our criminal justice approaches to drug policy. Whereas during National Recovery Month, we also honor the incredible contributions from communities with recovery as groups connect and implement resources that serve their unique needs. The powerful bonds built in recovery are life-altering. As always, we celebrate the resilience and courage of the recovery community, which serves as a reminder that recovery is possible for everyone. The celebration will continue at the Big Texas Rally for Recovery on September 17th, 2022. This family-friendly recovery event is a tangible representation of the sound of recovery. Now, therefore, Dallas County Commissioners do hereby proclaim September 2022 as National Recovery Month. We call upon all citizens, government agencies, private businesses, nonprofit organizations, and other groups to take action to promote recovery and improve the health of our nation. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? This motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Joe Powell.
Wow. Thank you. My name is Joe Powell, yes, and I am a young person in long-term recovery. And what that means is that I haven't had a drink of alcohol in 33 years, and I haven't used any opiates in 49 years now, going on 50 years. And it's only because of recovery, though, that I'm able to be a father today and a husband and a lifelong learner and a servant leader. It's only because of recovery that I'm able to be the president and CEO of APA, the Association of Persons Affected by Addiction, now in Dallas, for 24 years. And I want to thank, of course, Commissioner Daniel, Commissioner KOCH, Judge Jenkins, Commissioner Price, and definitely Commissioner Garcia for all that you do. Because one thing we say about recovery, and being in this recovery movement since it started with the federal government in '98, when we got the first RFP, request for proposal, done in Texas. We was the first one. But to provide peer services and advocates, and that's who everyone in this room, if you're here and you're in the behavioral health field, or if you're a commissioner, or all the work that you've done all of these years, I want to thank you for everything that you've done. So Recovery Month, this is our 33rd with the National Recovery Month, 33rd year, and this is 13 years in Texas. And I usually host the Big Texas Rally for Recovery for the whole state of Texas. And I've done that for 6 years. This year I told them, nah, we need to go ahead and do our counties. Everybody do their separate counties and separate cities. So I am honored and excited that Dallas County will continue to serve. But I just want to make sure that we're clear that we only as good as our resources. We only as good as far as the people, and everyone has to be involved. This is not about me or APA. This is about all of the work and the support that you've given us all of these years, and North Texas Behavioral Health Authority, NIPA, and everyone here that's with us today. It's going to take all of us. You heard all of the data that y'all gave. We know that, we've been saying there's over 20 million for a while in recovery, but it's going to take a lot more for us in our communities. And African Americans, yes, has expanded and have surpassed now, of course, our white counterparts, but definitely, and the Latino is second, Hispanic is second now, So again, there's a lot of work that has to be done. And I just want to first just thank all of you for the work that you're doing, because we couldn't advance the recovery movement without you. And it's going to take all of us to prioritize our health, wellness, and recovery.
I also want to say, Judge, the court may not know that recently APA has collaborated with the district attorney's office, and they are now beginning to go into to our custody facilities, because a number of those individuals, as you will hear in a presentation that I'm going to do later, and female population, a number of those individuals are there with nonviolent offenses, and they're there clearly, and almost 50% of our female population are there dealing with, as Mr. Powell said, opioids, substance abuses, and all, and that's most of our female population. And so there's some real challenges, and as you'll hear me say later, you know, when you hit the female population, you impact the family more so than any other group. So I just want to thank you, you and the delegation behind you, and on behalf of my other colleagues, all of us, but especially those of us who serve on the behavioral health leadership team and that collaboration. Commissioner KOCH and Daniels and all of us, as we sit there, and the rest of my colleagues send their staff to be a part of it. I always say we all serve on a number of committees, but I don't know of a committee that is probably more penetrating in terms of impact. Public health, regardless. This is the hidden one. This is the one that you don't see in terms of, quote, cancer or injury or traumatic. It is just as traumatic, if not more so. And this is the same committee that did the suicidality publication along with the North Texas Behavioral Health. And if those of you who have not seen that particular publication, you need to see it. There's a reason in our resolution we started talking about 12-year-olds, whether they're hanging themselves. And this same committee, we've started to try to go into the ISDs and figure out what kind of programs they have dealing with these young people, 12 years old. And when I talked about most African Americans, suicide are between the ages of 16 and 29. You don't even know what life is all about. And when we started seeing hanging themselves, guns, overdose, but hanging, it's difficult for me to even fathom. So thank all of you, that delegation, the collaboration, for the work you continue to do.
And just to add to that one, that's why it's so important, like the Big Texas Rally for Recovery, that we all promote recovery, wellness and recovery, because young people, especially young people, who disconnect, they don't see people in recovery. There's nobody really promoting out loud that you can recover. We stay in the problem, and where we don't see. And that's why I have to introduce myself all the time as a young person in long-term recovery, because in all of us, and all over the United States, the recovery movement, we all are in long-term. But the young people, whether they're 12, you especially, all of them need to see a family or somebody that's in recovery, and that's so, even seniors in recovery, all of the people, everybody need to see it out loud. And that's why the Big Texas Rally is just one of the advocacy events, but every day, we need to be out loud, and that's what APA does. We're not anonymous or confidential in who we are.
And I just want, I'm sorry. And I just want to add, as my colleagues, presented this resolution and Texas Rally for Recovery is, in front of us, Commissioner Price made a comment of how is the hidden, part of what our society, doesn't want to talk, stigma comes out to it. In the Latino community, it's a big stigma, but it's everywhere. It's not hidden anymore. We just saw last week all the results of how the kids suffer 2 years of pandemic. We're seeing that the testing, is not coming as what they expected to come. The time that we lost, treating, mental issues is gone. But in Dallas County, it's everywhere. And Commissioner Price has said millions of times around here, we have more than 400 people waiting, for a bed. And we're about to build a new hospital, but guess what? It's short of more than 200 beds at opening date. As we just saw the Dallas Morning News yesterday, this story about a young man with mental issues, being 5 years in and out of the county jail. Mr. Longoria deserved better. And it's a broken system all over around. And it's not going to change unless we get more money and resources for groups like you, for groups that are in the forefront trying to make a change and a difference. Because unless we all continue to act together and continue to invest in the programs and the facilities to really bring forward mental recovery, we're going to continue to pass this resolution every year and making very few changes in what is Texas. Which I'm not going to even go into, we're almost at 50 when it comes to not only mental health, health as a whole. So thank you all for all the work you do. I'm really proud to be part of the North Texas Behavioral Health Authority and have the pleasure to work with Karen Lucky and her fantastic team that gets out there and talks about the importance of mental health. And in the Latino community, and I've been saying this for a long time, we only have within the organization 2 groups that are completely bilingual. And I hope that we continue to look into this part of the population where stigma continues to be a big part of avoiding treatment. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to recognize the group who is here because it demonstrates so clearly the different avenues that are taken and the different types of services that are in Dallas County coming together to address this issue. So I don't know if there's anybody within this group who would want to say a couple more years, but in addition to Joe Powell, there's Craig Anderson, who's a peer specialist, Kelly Laus, who's with MetroCare Services, Doug Denton, who is with Homeward Bound, has been doing this also for, 25, 28 years. Dr. Walter Taylor, who is with the North Texas Behavioral Health Authority.
And doing a fabulous job as well.
Absolutely. Well, that's why these people are recognized and why they're here. Lynn Richardson, the criminal justice side with the Public Defender's Office. I saw Charlene Randolph in the back over here, who's with the criminal justice and, well, she kind of straddles criminal justice and behavioral health, plus the variety of other people here who provide services, who collect the data so that we, in fact, can do the things that we do, and in sharing that information, make better decisions among all of us. So I don't know whether anyone in this group wanted to say just a couple of words to say, okay, how do you fit in and how does this make a difference?
I'm Doug Denton, Executive Director of Homeward Bound. A couple of things. Number one, compliment the court on this building. You said 28 years. I have to up that by a few years. I worked in this building in 1978, 79 with Jim Cooksey in research and grants before going to the Woodlawn Jail to try to develop some programs before starting Homeward Bound.
And most people don't know where Woodlawn Jail is. Those of you who just got here, that's old Parkland.
Old Parkland Hospital.
Parkland. Yeah.
That is now, is that
Old-
Trammell Crow, right?
Old Parkland.
Trammell
Right.
Crow did a
Harlan Crow.
transformation on that building like you have done on this building.
Thank you, Mr.
This
Denton.
building was old in 1978 and being cut up in little cubicles and things. And what you've done is I've wandered around trying to find the court. It just stuns me. So thank you for your saving this building, number one, and doing something of quality that will make Dallas County proud for a long time. Number two, I was thinking about it, and one of the things in my job is and one of the requirements is that I have to report anytime we hear of a death of a client, that we have to report it to the state. And I sign off on at least 1 or 2 death reports every month. And there's just some days that burden is just almost too heavy. And then I step out and I run into somebody and they say, I just want to thank you. If it wasn't for my peer coach, if it wasn't for Miss Wanda, if it wasn't for Justin, if it wasn't for Gina, if it wasn't for Brina, I'd probably be dead right now. And I want to thank you for my recovery. And I say, are you going to be at the Big Texas rally? And they say, absolutely. We're going to be there and we're going to be loud. So it's an honor, to be engaged with the court that's putting this much support in this kind of activity. We're saving lives. I have a tendency to forget that sometimes. And then I meet somebody who's finished their degree, who's been working, who's returning their $7 to society for every dollar that was spent on getting them to that place. And thank you. Thank you so much for this, and thank you for this recognition.
Thank you, Doug. Any other words? Of course.
Hi, I'm Kelly Louse. I'm the new Chief Operating Officer for MetroCare. I'm replacing Linda Thompson, that many of you may know, who just retired after 47 years at MetroCare. And so I wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Daniel and to Commissioner Price for this resolution. I think it serves as an opportunity to just reinforce MetroCare's commitment to providing mental health and substance use services to the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name's Craig Anderson. I'm a person in long-term recovery. What that means to me is since Halloween 2013, I put down the alcohol, put down the drugs, stop trying to suffer the consequences of, trying to live life that way. So today I get to be a more present father. I get to be a peer specialist, a recovery coach, otherwise known as. I also get to be an instructor. I get to support other people that want to take the same pathway. Because as many recovery coaches as there are out there, there's not enough. And I'm thankful that a lot of my mentors are here today. Without them, I wouldn't be standing here. So what I'd love to see in the future is more recovery-based organizations, more recovery coaches, us integrated into a lot more systems that are out there, because you're right, a lot of it is broken. And Mr. Price, you brought up, there's a certain population in the city that's just not being addressed as well as it should be. I come up from a place of privilege. Me finding a bed to get into treatment is not a big deal. Some people have to wait weeks or months, or they never get there.
Years.
So thank you for recognizing National Recovery Month. Thank you all.
Just real briefly. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Walter Taylor with NITBA. I can't add a whole lot to what has been said, other than to just say thank you. It means a lot to have a county leadership that puts their money where their mouth is and supports financially with leadership, with your words, with your policies. Thank you to the partners, to the NITBA providers. I have Anthony Garcia here with me today. He's a part of the NITBA leadership, so he drove down and we braved the traffic and got here, thank the Lord. And just thank you all for everything that's being done. Thank you. Carol couldn't be here today. She had a family emergency, so she wanted me to let y'all know that.
Well, thank you so
Thank you.
much, everyone. Was there anybody else who had the criminal justice side?
Hi, I'm Keita Dickerson. I'm the Criminal District Courts Manager, and I would be remiss not to thank you all. I am on the Specialty Courts Advisory Council for the Office of the Governor, so I get to see firsthand what other counties are doing or not doing, and you all support our specialty courts more than I've seen other counties do, so I really do appreciate you all for that, since I'm not in specialty courts anymore, but I still see you all continuing to support their efforts, the judges, criminal justice. So again, I would just be remiss if I didn't thank you all for all you do for specialty courts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Dickerson.
And I just wanted to add my thanks to all of you. In approaching addiction, there's so much pain and suffering, and there's no person that approaches to help that doesn't take on some of that pain and suffering as well. So I want to thank you for your courage in being able to do that and spend some of that mental capital in your life. I know that's very difficult, and I really hope that you know that this court absolutely appreciates that part of it. It's not just your job, it is your mission. So thank you.
And on that note, thank you very, very much. I would like a recovery for the 17th. Joe Powell will let us know where and the hour, right? Thank you. Come on in. And you, Miss, thank you for being there and all that you do. It means a lot.
Hold on, got some more of the delegation trying to come in. Hold on. One more? Yeah, Mickey's trying to. There you go. There you go, Mickey.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. We're not done yet.
Hey, well, you look sharp, man. I like that jacket.
Doctor?
We're not done yet.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you for continuing.
Thank you for the indulgence of the court to allow the two commissioners to come together, and we can do this.
Right. I got the next three resolutions, and it starts with Employee of the Month, or Employees of the Month. So if there are any Employees of the Month here, come on down to the lectern so we can recognize you. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas for the last 10 years, Dallas County has recognized outstanding employees through our Employee Recognition Program. Each month, select employees are formally recognized by the Commissioners Court at a designated session where their names are written in the records of Dallas County. And whereas this annual program allows elected officials and department directors to publicly salute employees who rise to the challenge of public service and represent the first-class public entity that we strive to be. And whereas the employees recognized today have been chosen for their hard work and dedication to meet the demands of their individual positions and the overall strategic plan set each year by the Commissioners Court. And whereas for those who interact with Dallas County, our employees represent who we are as a public entity. Their efforts by the employees listed below ensure that the public sees Dallas County at its best. These recognized employees perform above expectation and ensure that Dallas County continues to be a regional leader and a destination of choice for residents and businesses. The Dallas County Employee Recognition Program sets each of them apart as a model employee worthy of this honor. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby salute these employees for being selected as Employee of the Month. LaShonda Jefferson with Criminal Justice, Evelyn Boyd with the District Clerk, Nicole Block with IT Services, Stephen Barron with Pretrial Services, Paul Cooper with Public Works, Jonathan Hostler with Public Works, Annette Kumpy with the Sheriff, Accounting RPS team, and several from the Tax Office, Sally Stevens, Ashley Richards, Rosa Romero, Antoinetta Haynes, Darlene DeLees, Brenda Lopez, Dolores Little, Angela Taylor, Danielle Alexander, Jennifer Richards, and Deborah Jones, all of the Tax Office. And we offer best wishes for continued success at Dallas County, and I so move.
Second.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
You didn't ask for the vote. You said you got it seconded.
Oh, I beg your pardon. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
We can't do it without you.
Okay.
You need us, we need you to get this job
Okay.
done. So thank you.
Okay. And Dr. Garcia would like to jump in with Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you so much, Judge, colleagues, members of the audience. You know, today also we'd like to present a resolution to someone that is very well known, not only in Grand Prairie and the west side of Dallas County, but in Dallas County, Mary Dominguez Santini, which is going to, received today's resolution for Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you, Mary, for being here. Would you please come to the center and the podium? And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is an annual celebration of the history and culture of the United States Latino and Hispanic communities. The event, which spans from September 15 to October 15, commemorates how those communities have influenced and contribute to American society at large. And whereas the term Hispanic or Latino refers to a person's culture or origin, regardless of race. On the 2020 census, people were counted as Hispanic or Latino or Spanish if they could identify as having Mexican, Mexican-American, Chicano, Puerto Rico, Cuban, or any another Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin. And whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month actually began as a commemorative week when it was first introduced in June of 1968 by California Congressman George E. Brown, the push to recognize the contributions of the Latino community had gained momentum throughout the 1960s, when the civil rights movement was at its peak, and there was a growing awareness of the United States about multicultural identities. And when Congressman Brown, who represents East Los Angeles and a large portion of the San Gabriel Valley, both heavily populated by members of the Hispanic and Latino communities, wanted to recognize the role played by those communities throughout American history. On September 17, 1968, Congress passed Public Law 9048, officially authorizing and requesting the President to issue an annual proclamations declaring September 15 and 16 to mark the beginning of National Hispanic Heritage Week and call upon the people of the United States to observe such week with appropriate ceremonies and activities. And whereas on the same day, President Lyndon B. Johnson issued the first National Hispanic Heritage Week presidential proclamation, and in 1988, during President Ronald Reagan's term, the observance was extended to a month. And whereas in Dallas County, 40.2% of the people are Hispanic, in 2020, there were 103 times more white Hispanic residents, 750,000 people in Dallas County than in any other race or ethnicity. This is significant when we consider the contributions to the economy, education, and culture in our cities and community. And whereas Dallas County recognized the importance of contributions of Latino Hispanic community to the robust history and economy prosperity of our county, and whereas every year organizations in Dallas County host events to commemorate National Hispanic Heritage Month, this year we join the Hispanic Heritage Ambassadors, DFW Grand Fiestas Patrias Parade and Festival, to celebrate the many contributions, the diverse cultures, and extensive histories of the Latino Hispanic community. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize September 15 to October 15 as National Hispanic Heritage Month in Dallas County and commend Hispanic Heritage Ambassadors DFW for their efforts in reviving and promoting the Hispanic cultures and traditions in Dallas County, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mary?
Yes. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Comisionada Doctora Ilva Garcia, for being such a fierce leader for the Latino community and beyond. Greatly appreciate you for 17 years in Grand Prairie. We have been promoting and asking for the perseverance of Hispanic culture in the most safe, dignified way, which is promoting our cultural awareness. No alcohol. This is all our events are family-oriented, they're drug-free, they're alcohol-free, because we want to promote our Hispanic culture with a cultural awareness, a passion, the culinary, everything that we stand for as Latinos. Muchas gracias. Thank you to everybody for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for you do for the Dallas County and beyond. Thank you, everybody.
For the record, who are you and what is your position?
My name is Mary Dominguez Santini. I'm the founder of Hispanic Heritage Ambassadors DFW in Grand Prairie, Texas, sir. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, would you like a picture? Would you like a picture with that?
And I know your husband's here.
Oh, I
You want to
didn't know.
bring him along for the picture? Mrs. Dini, or?
I just know him by his nickname, Mary. I don't want to call us.
We do nothing by ourselves.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. It's 10 o'clock, and we've got a public hearing call for 10 o'clock. How long do we think that will last?
Well,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask the DA then, because we got a couple of resolutions, we got people waiting here that need to get back to work. If we start that at 10:15, is that a problem?
It's best to start at 10, but I don't think it'll be an issue.
Okay. Let me knock these out real fast. We've got Kurt Podcotter here from SMU. They're the next resolution, and I don't want you guys thinking that a Baylor Bear is like making you wait. So let me knock this out for you. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Southern Methodist University is one of Dallas County's finest institutions, led by President R. Gerald Turner, with a population of 12,000 students and more than 145,000 graduates. The institution has the unique position of being in the heart of Dallas and is backed by incredibly devoted and generous supporters and fans. And whereas the SMU Mustang football team is the only Division I football bowl division team, and the men's and women's basketball teams are the only Division I programs to compete in Dallas County. The school also competes at the Division I level in 14 additional varsity sports here in Dallas County. And whereas SMU recently announced a $100 million end zone complex at the on-campus Gerald J. Ford Stadium, home of the Mustang football team, the capstone of a $250 million investment in championship-level athletics facilities across campus. This transformative plan for SMU athletics is a tangible example of the school's commitment and desire to compete at the highest level of intercollegiate athletics. And whereas SMU was ranked 68 among national universities in the 2021 U.S. News and World Report rankings, the institution would help bolster the academic profile of a major athletic conference. And whereas out of all the potential expansion candidates, SMU and Dallas County are centrally located and reside in a central time zone, making it an ideal candidate for conference expansion. And whereas adding SMU to a power conference would bring a positive impact to the Dallas County economy. Various estimates show that this positive economic impact could exceed $100 million annually and could provide for thousands of new job opportunities. The increased revenue from sales tax, hotel, restaurants, and air travel would provide for increased funding for basic public services. Whereas Dallas County is home to two major airports, Dallas Love Field and DFW International Airport, therefore ease of traffic for all teams and out-of-town fans would be significantly increased. And whereas Dallas County is home to a significant population of alumni and fans of other schools and major conferences, and adding SMU to the conference would allow these Dallas County residents more opportunities to cheer for their respective alma maters. Now therefore be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim its support for SMU's inclusion in a power conference in ongoing conference realignment, and encourages leadership of the power conferences to give SMU serious consideration during their deliberations for conference expansion. And I so move.
I'll second in the name of Jerry Levias, so we can get history, keep history straight.
Yes, sir. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
Judge, I want,
Before we start, I first want to, of course, congratulate SMU on all the hard work they do being in my district. I do want to remind the athletic department that if you ever want a shot at being in one of the major conferences, 14 varsity sports is not going to cut it. Notre Dame has 26. Boston College has 31. And the powerhouse of the ACC, Duke University, has 27 varsity sports, 13 more. than a similarly endowed university. So while I do really appreciate having gone to SMU Law and enjoying days on the Boulevard, without a fully robust athletic department, you're never going to get into one of the major conferences.
Well, I'm going.
What do you think about that, Kurt?
Well, I'm going to say that, you know, and I second in the name of Jerry Levias, so we get the history straight. First African American to really be recruited and be there. It's interesting as I look at all the signs now about ponying up. At least SMU is beginning to recruit from within its own ranks in Dallas. And so I want to applaud you for that. I think it says a lot. I know academically, I know that Tenelle Atkins and a few people have gone there in the past, but it appears now that you have a full-fledged recruitment program with regards to the area schools that other universities have recognized lo these many years. And it appears as though, you know, you're finally there. So,
thank you, Commissioner. Judge, thank you, and to all the commissioners. I'm Kurt Potcotter, Deputy Director of Athletics, and I'm here on behalf of Dr. Turner, Rick Hart, our Director of Athletics, and not to correct you, but we have 17 sports.
17.
So we've already added 3, right? No, but on behalf of our coaches and support staff and 484 student athletes, we appreciate the court's support and the resolution and look forward to continuing to represent the city and the county and all of North Texas as we continue to grow our program. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on, let's take a picture because Lauren's making the picture sign too.
And thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody here from Prostate Awareness Month? Anybody? If not, we'll do that one after. And then Dr. Garcia has Yolanda Lara.
Right.
Is
Miss
Yolanda
Lara,
here?
no, Miss Lara resolution was read last week, Judge, so we just need to,
Just approve.
ratify it, and that's it.
All those, is there a motion to ratify the resolution read last
So
week
moved.
for Yolanda Lara?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll take our last resolution as there's no one from Prostate Cancer Awareness Month here. I think that's going to be read in another place. So we'll do that one later, and we're going to start our 10 o'clock budget hearing.
Before you start, you know, it's I guess we could have the hearing, but I guess what concerns me, I saw some polls, and I saw some polls with regards to the Dallas County budget piece. And if in fact, and I want everybody to understand, if in fact you put us in a whole different vein in terms of having to maybe call a special session.
Yeah, I don't think it was any of those. Well, let me ask, is anybody attempting to pull the budget for 2 weeks or for?
Yes, we have to.
Yeah, see, that's what.
We have to.
Yeah.
We can't vote on this today.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So what?
Well, I can call a special meeting, and I was a little, I mean, I appreciate everybody's work, but it is rough on the public that wants to have input for us to get something on a Friday on a 3-day weekend holiday. So, but we can still have a budget hearing, I think, and then I can call a special meeting for 3 days from now or something.
7. Yeah,
7?
I think it's 7, isn't it?
It needs to be 7.
Oh, geez.
Isn't it?
It can't be more than 7.
I don't think it has to be 7.
Up to 7 days after the public hearing. So it has to be within 7 days, and you have to announce
Within 7
the date, time, and place of the meeting.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do that. Why don't we do that now? If everybody will take a look at your calendars, and Daryl, then we'll get it posted. And yes, I will have beers on the boulevard with you, SMU. Sounds good. Let's see. How about Friday? That's 3 days. We got to give them 3 days, right? So it would have to be Friday, wouldn't it, Daryl?
How about early Friday?
We can't do it. Yeah, 10:30 is the earliest you can do it because you got to give them 72 hours. Can we get it posted that fast? Should we go to 11 or something?
Go to 11.
Yeah, let's go to 11 because that gives you, in the clerk's office, that gives you 50 minutes to post this. So let's post it for 11 on Friday, September the 9th. Does that work with at least three, well, really all of you, does that work with everybody?
I think the law's gonna require.
It's gonna require four.
Four of us.
Yeah.
It's gotta require four.
Can we do it earlier? It's
No, we
16?
can't because there's a
Oh, that's
72-hour
right.
posting.
Gotta post
Can we do it? Goodness gracious. Can we do it around 1?
I've got a bunch of stuff scheduled at 1 with AC Gonzalez and other people.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm tied up from 10 until
Yeah, I got
12:30.
United Way.
12:30, sounds good, lunchtime.
12:30, does that work for everybody? It
As
should
early
be a
as
relatively short meeting after we have the hearing today.
I'm in the parade.
Possible.
12:30, I can make 12:30 work for me.
Okay,
Might be a little late, but
12:30. Okay, is
If we
that the consensus, 12:30?
Yeah.
All right, great. We're gonna post that so clerk's office, hope you're still paying attention. Do not post this for 11, do not post it for 11, post it for 12:30.
And you need somebody to go ahead on and post. Go ahead on and post.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So what are we posting? Just for Dallas County, or are we posting for Dallas County and Parkland?
Well,
What was pulled?
Just Dallas County.
you get Dallas County.
Budget
but
and
see the
tax,
whoa,
budget
time out.
and tax rate?
No.
Or just budget?
Just budget.
Okay.
Well, see, but, I think that if we.
You have to
if you
adopt the
do-
budget prior
No,
to the tax
that is not
rate.
the case. I just received the email from Judge Roden, and we've done this in the past 3 years, adopt the tax rate, then the budget.
No, we've always pulled it
Right,
and to make sure
yeah.
the budget is adopted. That is the
Yes.
state law, to adopt the budget
Exactly.
before you adopt the tax rate.
Well, that's fine. Just put them both on for,
And that's,
in
but that's what
abundance
you're
of
asking.
caution for.
But you must
12:30.
continue to have the public hearing today and able to have your special called meeting on Friday. Otherwise, the budget office is gonna have to republish all these notifications in the newspaper.
No, I got it. But I'm trying to keep them both together so that we'll have, first of all, a
That's
quorum.
fine. Because that tax vote's not gonna take very long, I don't think. I don't think any of this will take very long, so let's do it all at 12:30. Since there's two things, can we move it to 12:15 to try to get this stuff? I'm backed up with the city and a bunch of people about parks.
well, let's
starting
have
at
the
1 o'clock.
public hearing today for both,
No, we can do that.
Can we do 12:15?
and then
or-
pass
Yeah.
Parkland.
I can make 12:15, but only thing I wanted to make sure is Parkland and the county.
I
So
don't
That
think
was
it's
my
Parkland.
question. What does both mean?
No, both means the tax
County
rate
and
and the county.
Parkland?
Yeah, so on the agenda, you have 4 court orders. You have
Exactly.
budget, tax rate for Dallas County, then you have budget and tax rate for Parkland.
But we can go ahead and pass Parkland today.
No,
I got you.
I would prefer for it all to be on
yeah,
one day.
you don't want to pass
Just
On
to
the
make sure
same
we-
day, all of
same
them.
day.
Just to make sure we have a quorum.
Right, because you
For
gotta
all
have
of
four.
them.
And
Yeah, you gotta have four.
Goodness gracious, guys.
Especially not.
So does 12:15 work for our budget and our tax rate in Dallas County? We're gonna do Parkland today?
And the
Yes.
county, yes.
I might be a little late.
That gives us a fighting chance. I got a bunch of people coming in trying to,
Okay.
I don't know what they're doing.
And
They
so
wanna
do
meet
I.
me at the
So
Herald
12, posted 12:15,
A
Ms.
county
Granberry.
judge, you must announce the date, time, and place.
Certainly. So today, we have pulled we're gonna have our budget hearing. Our 10 a.m. budget hearing, which we've been discussing, will begin momentarily. And then the vote on that budget and the vote on the tax rate to support that budget will take place at a special call meeting that begins September the 9th at 12:15 p.m.
This Friday.
Which is Friday. Here in the courtroom at the Records Building, Dallas County, Texas.
At
In
12:15.
Dallas.
Okay, you got it.
Okay.
Anything else, Barbara?
Saying poker pot's right, so we can go on.
Hold on,
And
hold on, Judge.
Veronica, why don't you give us?
Yes.
Is this a renamed Alan Clemens courtroom, or is it does it have a name?
It doesn't have a name, but It's
Just a second,
Commissioner's
second,
Court.
second floor, Dallas County Commissioners Court.
yeah, on the second floor, like he said,
Yeah.
of the Commissioner's Court. People want to come, I think they'll find it. But it's the Commissioner's Courtroom on the second floor of the Records Building, which is at 500 Main
Elm
or
Street. Elm.
Okay. All right. Ronica, go ahead and take us through our budget hearing.
So we have a motion to open the public hearing?
Chair, is there a motion to
So
open the public
moved.
hearing?
Second.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
All those in
All in
favor
favor,
signify.
say
Yeah, we have to.
Sorry, I didn't do it again. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Go ahead.
FY '23 budget. Aaron? Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is the budget that's been set up for FY '23 and its balance, and it includes unfunded mandates, taking those in consideration, market competition, inflation, operational increases that are caused by supply challenges, chain challenges, vehicle replacement, fleet, and then transitioning to electrical vehicles. This proposed budget is 1 cent property tax reduction, 0.217946 cents. The August 31st, 2022, the auditor's office provided me the certified revenue. When I was here last, I did a napkin calculation, it was like 37.5. When Mr. Thomas and his group provided the certified revenue was 40 million. Total general fund budget, FY 2023 proposed budget is $780.3 million. So I took advantage of our OpenGov just to kind of give you a snapshot of what that looks like as far as the salaries, operating expenses, capital, and reserves.
Now, even though the reserve says 9 point, no, it's 11. It's
It's
11.
11.8%, so that was one of my main concerns about our reserves, okay?
Right.
And so gave us an opportunity to build back up our reserves over the 10.5%.
Right.
11.8 is not 10 and a half, so.
But it's,
It's over the policy required 10.5%. Because what was happening, Judge, as soon as the year starts, we were moving money out of our reserves. And so when we were audited for our single audit finding, the last 2 years, it was 9%, 7.82%. Long-term, it impacts our AAA bond rating.
Well, that's something to check on perhaps, but in our conversations with Moody to restore our AAA bond rating 10 years ago, it was the starting, as long as you're not playing funny with it, where you start one day and take 20 million out the next day, it was the starting number that was 10.5%.
well, but I think that's her point. Her point is that we start
Well,
there.
but over a year, if you get to 9, it just, I don't think we need to worry about it if you're taking $1 million out.
It's more than $1 million,
Yes,
Judge.
it's, yeah. Judge, I don't want, I think we've seen that both Dr. Watkins and this county has fared extremely well in their policy with regards to.
But this is a change in our policy because our policy has been 10.5%. Sometimes we get down to 9.
Exactly.
Now we're going to 12%.
No, this is just providing, so when you look at the reserves, it's gonna be 10.5%. The difference is in unallocated reserves.
Yeah.
So historically, the total was 10.5%.
Right.
And now I have enough funds there, so if there are things that come up during the year, the unallocated reserves will be able to be moved out to different programs like you were seeing with public safety, with the kitchen, 3.5 million. We were taking that from emergency reserves.
Right.
Yeah.
Straight off the bat,
Right.
which impacts our long-term AAA bond rate.
Exactly.
When you say straight off the bat, do you mean within the first month of the budget?
It's rolling.
Yeah.
It was rolling budget that we've been doing the last 3 years.
Yeah,
So
and
we'll
that-
start moving money, usually November, December from unallocated. Then maybe January, February, it starts, depending on what's going on externally as far as the sheriff. We saw an increase this year based on some of the operational expenses that we had to move from there.
Well,
That
just,
we're
I
not-
mean, just say it, it's food.
At the end of the year, what would it get? Like, what's it now? What's the number now, the percent now?
It's like 9.5%.
0.5%, okay. So we're talking about 1% of the 10.5. And the reason I'm asking about that, I want to be financially prudent, but on the other hand, we're talking about a tax rate that is higher than what I had hoped for. And this is an additional, $9 million, 9.5, maybe more than that. Maybe
It's like
additional-
9 million.
Yeah.
9.5
So say for
million more than
instance-
what we planned on.
Well,
So look at the last 3 courts, Judge, and at least about, we've transferred like $6 million. So that would be coming from unallocated reserves at this point, not emergency
But,
reserves.
but the new year starts in October.
yeah, but,
You're gonna
but
have more expenditures in starting October too.
Judge, just operationally, let's
This
talk
is
about the
just
sheriff.
operational.
Yeah, just talk about the sheriff's department. That's $3.5 million just in new food cost. That's $3.5 million. And so that's what she's saying. I mean, this is not no
Yeah,
real.
we will all love to go to a lower tax rate, but I mean, if we want to continue to operate with as minimal impact as we would like to operate, this is the perfect budget. We still have a decrease in the taxes. We still prudent. We still get our reserves. We still have unallocated funds. We have the technology. Imagine, guys, if this doesn't pass it today, we won't have the technology to continue to grow Dallas County. We won't have the technology for Oracle that we've been working for more than a year and a half to get. So this is prudent. This is conservative. This is efficient. And this is a reduction, the 3rd-year reduction in the tax rate to Dallas County tax rate. So
And it's the
a
big F.
saving for our taxpayers.
And it's the big F word, frugal.
Okay, whatever that meant, I take it that. Anyway,
Any other questions?
Frugal.
I just wanted to be sure, Doctor, since we're gonna do Parkland and county together, that they have the same information. I text you about some of the things that I would like to do that.
See for the special
For the
call meeting.
total
Okay,
budget,
I will
and
do that.
then, like the Parkland does. Thank you so much.
I think one of the things that was the biggest concern this morning was the law enforcement, to make sure that we did not defund the law enforcement, that we adhere to that Senate bill. And so the constable staffing is at the same level, and that's based on work.
With hopefully with some contingency.
It has some contingency there, but the workload is what determines their staffing. And so one of the recommendations for me, for the JPs and for the constables, once we get up and running with our new system, management system, that we do a new time study so that we can have a more accurate, up-to-date methodology for both of those.
Can I ask a quick question on this? One of the, there is the pay increase for Dallas County staff at 3%, and for Sheriff's Department is 4%. Is part of that rationale what you have just spoken or referred to there?
So that was a little different. So that came up after some of the competing agencies passed their budgets or made changes as far as their salaries. Mr. Wilson was already kind of working on that. The attrition rate countywide went up to 15%. And then we looked at, just looking at the DSOs, grade 40s through grade 43, there was a little bit over 17.82% attrition rate during that same period. So to be competitive, one of the things we looked at is just focusing in right now with this budget, a 4% structure that would be in effect in January, in addition to the STEP if the individual is eligible for STEP. Mr. Wilson is meeting, I'm not sure if he's here today.
Yes. He's here.
Oh, so I don't want to put him on the spot, but he's still meeting with the sheriff and JSOs. So there is some reserves contingency set aside for the JSOs for juvenile as well, because that's an area that Mr. Wilson wanted to take a look at. We've talked to Mr. Beatty several times about it. But his biggest concern with the grade 40 to 43 is just to be more competitive for those in the DSOs. He will look at the deputies later on.
But that's where the attrition is.
The highest attrition was with the DSOs. It was
Right.
17.82%. With the deputies, it was the same as pre-COVID, if I'm stating that correctly, Mr. Wilson?
No, it's
3.8%?
Yeah, no, it's correct. And then no disrespect to you chiefs back there, but at the end of the day, in the sheriff's department, 2,500 employees, and I appreciate your approach in the way you funded the budget. But at the end of the day, sworn deputies, which I got 160, 180 sworn, but in the jail, got 1,450 detention officers, that's the population what we've got to deal and manage this attrition, and so that's what's driving the overtime. We talk about that sheriff's budget being $12 million a month just for the jail. 12 million at the end of this month, so 194 million. 12 is 144. You do the math on the rest of it. So I appreciate your approach.
And so also with the sheriff, just when I sent you guys the email yesterday, I was concerned that because there are 45 deputy remember the cadet positions you guys approved? Those were double counted initially, so I had to go back to make sure, looking at it and digging deeper, that those were not included in a proposed budget that was inaccurate. So those were definitely already in there. So that is taken in consideration with this budget that I sent you guys.
It's baked in. It's baked in.
It's already in there.
It's
And it
baked in.
actually includes the HB 766 compliance positions that you approved during the year as well. So this is what you were asking for about Dr. Daniels. So up here is what we already had as far as the last presentation. We had the countywide priorities, and then these are additional countywide priorities. Those are in there. And then the replenishing of the county reserves, and then designating IT capital to assist in offsetting the negative balance, because you guys have said you wanted the technology, and this is to help move forward with the technology. And some of the projects that Ms. Kraft is working on, and we'll still be working with her and her team. There's a group of projects as far as the capital that she has to include in her budget countywide. That would be a part of that as well. 4% structures increase, that's what we just discussed as far as the law enforcement DSOs, grade 40 through grade 43.
Thank you.
We ask them as we went.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. All right. You done? Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers?
Make a motion that the public hearing for the Dallas County tax hearing close.
Wait, do we close it? Do we have to keep it open until?
Sir?
There was some indication that we had to keep the hearing open.
First was the budget. So it's the opening and closing of the budget. Then the second was the tax rate, opening and closing of the tax rate. Correct?
I think Commissioner Koch is concerned is since the budget wasn't posted correctly, that for some reason you have to leave this open. DA, is there any reason why we have to leave this open?
Let me just check very quickly. I think you could close the hearing on the budget, and then Friday you could have the vote on the tax
Great.
rate.
And then open the session for Friday.
No.
It's a separate session then.
Do we have to open another hearing? Do we have to open another budget hearing?
On Friday, that's the question.
Okay.
No.
All right, so we've got a motion to close the hearing.
Hold on, Mr. Ames is wanting to say something.
So The law requires that you have at least one public hearing for your budget and your tax rate.
Right.
You can close your public hearing on your budget today, commissioners, and reopen it on Friday for additional comments if you want to, as long as you've at least had the one today.
Got it.
Additionally, as soon as you close this public hearing on the budget, you will have to hold your public hearing for the tax rate and then set your rate within 7 days.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
thank you.
There was a motion to close the hearing. Was there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion to open the public hearing on our tax rate?
So moved. Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Dr. Watkins, can you take us through that?
Good morning again. So the proposed tax rate for Dallas County, total tax rate is .217946. The calculated rate is maintenance and operations, M&O, which breaks that out into .208983, and debt service .008963.
Is there any other information that needs to be said at the hearing on the tax rate?
This is the lowest rate that you guys have adopted since FY 2011.
I believe this is lower than FY 2011. Is it not?
I don't think.
It's 24.31 cents. This is 21.79 cents.
Oh, okay.
It's 1 cent less.
All right. Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers?
Make a motion that the public hearing, the tax rate hearing close.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
The next hearing, thank you. The next hearing that we have is the third hearing on Parkland, the Dallas County Hospital District's budget. Is there a motion to open that hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Dr. Reese, you want to take us through that?
Good morning. Just wait a second for the presentation to come up. Okay. All right, I'm going to walk you through the highlights of changes from the last presentation, so I won't walk you through the entire previous presentation. The bottom line does not change substantially since the previous presentation, although there have been some ins and outs that I'll walk through. The biggest change is just some certainty. The HARP program, which was one of the supplemental Medicaid programs that was an area of uncertainty, that program has been approved by CMS now. We got word of that last week, and so that's a favorable. But if you look here, the risk elements remain the same, other than that HARP was taken off because now that that program has been approved, and that's close to $100 million a year program for us. On the revenue side, the revenues go up by 1.8%, expenses go up by 6.7%, which is why our bottom line is substantially lower, will be in this fiscal year 23 budget compared to last year, and the volume assumptions remain the same. So to look at the numbers, the bottom line number that we presented last time for FY 22, the current year, that's the first kind of light blue column. We're projecting a net income of $118 million, which is a little bit less than a 5% margin for the current year. Now, since last week's approval by CMS, part of that HARP funding will accrue to this current year, so that number will go up by about $44 million for the current year. For fiscal year 23, for the budgeted year, we had already assumed full implementation of HARP, so it won't change the 23 projected budget. And as you see in that first kind of light yellow column, the hospital budget for 2023, we're projecting income at about just an operating income of break even with a net income of just less than 0.1%. There've been a number of changes since the prior version, but if you look at so this slide compares what was presented last time at court with our final version and the variance, and you can see some explanation of the various elements that changed since prior. Mostly, this is just refinement as we've done our budget work, refining some of the assumptions. The governmental revenues were adjusted somewhat to reflect changes that occurred since we first developed the budget. We did include the about $10 million in ARPA funding. We've got that in the revenue and expense side. Those are in contingency programs. So if those happen, we'll include them. If they don't, it won't change the bottom line number. But those were included as well. There was a significant change in the salary and benefits assumptions. We're not seeing the improvement in contract labor, the momentum we had hoped for. And so we revised those projections to include additional costs for contract labor in 23. Obviously, that's a big area of focus for us, and we're going to continue to do our work on that. But we provided what we thought were some more realistic assumptions around contract labor. Once all the ins and outs were accounted for, it was a reduction of about $6 million in overall net income that we made to the versions compared to last version. This is the bottom line days cash on hand projection. So our long-range financial plan projection looking at cash, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Our projection looking at cash improved somewhat since the prior version. I believe we were 36 or so days cash on hand at the end of 2027. We're now about 52. And that mainly had to do with some of the improved assumptions in governmental revenue that we had on in the proximate years that carries out through future years. The capital budget did not change since changed by just a couple of $1 million. We pushed some of the programs that we knew we needed to do. We had planned for 23, but some of the equipment failures happened earlier. There's some pressure there, and so we pushed about $2 million into current year where we had the ability to do that with contingency, and so that reduced our equipment capital by about $2 million for 23, and so that's the change you see there. In summary, the tax revenue projections remain the same. We are looking at the estimated increase of about 15%, and our revenue increase we've requested at the 5% level. That would reduce the rate from 0.2358 to from 0.2550 to 0.2358, which is a 7.5% reduction in the rate from 22 to 23. And then this slide just shows you that trend over the past several years of the tax rate and how that has been reduced since we've generally capped our request at 4%. This year it's at 5%. This slide summarizes the debt financing. This hasn't changed since prior version. Slight reduction in the rate for debt service taxes. And that concludes the summary of the changes from prior version to this version.
Let me, Judge, Dr. Cerise, a couple of things. First of all, I'm glad to see I call it the custody delegation here today. Dr. Harris, Dr. Thompson, and Director Pat Jones. And so thank you for being here. I did become a little alarmed last week, and I want to thank State Representative Yvonne Davis and Senator Royce West in helping us. We were about 400 individuals that had been adjudicated that should have been transferred. And we did get in touch with TDCJ, and there will be for the next 3 weeks movement of all of those individuals out of our facility. And I say that with regards to Parkland because last week, I think Parkland told me that they were distributing daily about 4,159 meds a day. Been around here a long time. I haven't seen those kind of numbers by Parkland. But I also want to thank that custody delegation for the way they're managing the nurse attrition rate in custody. As you know, in the industry, custody requires a different kind of profile for nurses to want to work in custody. And they've been able to do that. And I think your numbers were around 13%. So I want to applaud you, that delegation back there. It's been rough. And I know I've shown up late in the evening and they haven't been real happy with getting some telephone calls. But, and then I've shown up early in the morning and they haven't been happy for getting those calls. But they've maintained. And so I want to applaud them while, I'll get a chance to beat y'all up later. I want to applaud them. Y'all do a lot of things well. You really do. And at the end of the day, Parkland does a number of things well. And I just want to thank you. I'm going to still, punch you when I have to. But that people don't realize, and again, I'll get around to that presentation today, custody, Dr. Watkins talking about, but custody drives our budget. It drives our budget. 65%, 70% of what we do is custody. And that jail is that siphon. And between the sheriff and Parkland, they're trying to manage it. We got the sickest of the sick. And I tell people all the time, with midnight count was 6,371, correct? I got it. I'm on it. 6,371 people. Just 3 meals a day. That's over 18,000 meals. That doesn't count how many people they got in the infirmary. And so Parkland is not only responsible for those people in the infirmary, that 300 and something beds, but throughout the system. And so I want to applaud you because we get those calls, and as I tell them, I can't talk to them under HIPAA, but if I refer it to that unit, all I can tell them is I've done a wellness check, and it's good. That's all I can say. So I just want to applaud them because, like I said, you'll hear from me lately, and you won't be happy with it. But
Thank you, Commissioner Price, and let's take it on at once. Dr. Cerise, Commissioner Price is thanking Parkland.
No, well, I appreciate you recognizing that group because I agree. It's a hard group. I mean, it's a hard.
Well, I know, and I just want to echo, Commissioner Price just hit it on the nail. I mean, without Parkland, the reason we built that infirmary is because we didn't have, enough personnel to take one DSO, to take all these prisoners, going to Parkland, come back, and still have a system that will work. Not to mention immigration. I mean, we have more than 570 people in the immigration hall with a broken system all over. You see it around the county jail, and Parkland has really been the savior. I personally want to thank you for the same reasons. I get calls all the time about inmates that I know I can do very little for, but the little I can do usually comes through Parkland, and it comes through a mother that is in despair, and you see it right here, Dr. Cerise, that story yesterday in the Dallas Morning News that showed how broken is our criminal justice system. How broken is our mental health care system, how broken is the way that we continue to do things. It's right there, and the little we can do is through you, to be sure that they get the medication, to be sure that they continue the treatment that they work so hard to stand in trial, to be sure that they don't have any kind of lies. And I mean, I have calls from many, many mothers that are very concerned about, their loved ones while they are in custody, and Parkland has been that light that has been able to help them to have a little hope. So thank you, Dr. Cerise, excellent presentation. I think on Friday I'll be moving, the tax rate for Parkland Hospital. Thank you for all the work you've done.
I just wanted to say thank you for the partnership, because that's what it takes to address the number of inmates who are in our jail day in, day out, and to make sure, first of all, that we are confirming our responsibility to those inmates while they're here, but then also making them ready to be moving along. So that partnership with Parkland is so very much appreciated. And as they say, we are certainly not done yet, because with our numbers at 6371, that's the highest that I have ever seen them since I have been a county commissioner, being elected in 2012.
And we only have 7,200 beds.
We're approaching a point where some very, very tough decisions are gonna have to be made.
Right.
But with your support, with what Parkland does to address together with Dallas County some of those issues, I think we're able to at least see today through, so thank you.
Dr. Trees, I just kind of wanted, again, thank you for this presentation. Wanted to highlight the quick and perhaps oversimplified equation of raising the rate 5%. And it's made clear in the expenses, but I just kind of want to go back over it with you so that way people can, if they want the too long didn't read, your employment costs, right? You had to do the market adjustment of 30 million, merit of 3%, and then the COLA of 2%. So you have your 5% increase in your salaries across the board, plus that additional $30 million. So that's already darn near the justification for that increase of 5%. But then when you start going into your supplies increased by 4%, big increase in your benefit expense with that 20% increase, all those things add up. And I just wanted to give you a chance to speak to that.
And the equipment.
And
The equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hospital now is 8 years old, and we're starting to see and that's on the capital side, but when you buy a CT machine and it's $2-3 million for a machine, the robot in the pharmacy that packages all those drugs, that's $8 million or something in that ballpark. Just those costs are substantial, but as you said, the salary, we are constantly doing market surveys, looking at how to maintain, to be competitive with the rest of the market, because we have to staff appropriately. We've got to staff our nursing units. We've got to staff the lab. We've got to staff radiology, and as you've indicated, those are numbers that will keep us up with the marketplace. We're not aiming to be at 75th percent in the market. We're just trying to keep up to maintain, be competitive there. The drug costs are going up about 7%. That's a cost that we don't control either. We get very good prices on our drugs. We work through 340B program for all of our outpatient drugs, and we buy through a GPO for our inpatient drugs. So some of those costs are just things that we don't control. And you look at overall medical inflation, it's higher than the 5% increase that we're asking for, and we're not getting that same increase from Medicare and other payers, which is why this is an extraordinary year for us, where we're asking for above the 4% that we've traditionally asked for.
Understood.
Yeah. And I don't know any other, all of the industries have been hit hard, but no industry has been hit like the healthcare industry. And when we talk about end-of-life equipment.
Who would say, 20 years ago that equipment and technology were going to be the most expensive part of healthcare, right? And I have to say, Commissioner Koch, that the first 3 years that I served Dallas County, I did vote against all the VPs having any raises. It was the right thing to do at the time. But now, like we all been discussing, the competition and the amount of retention for medical professionals is, going, down, and it's very hard right now. So great budget, and it's balanced, and it has also a reduction in the tax rates for the Dallas County taxpayers. So well done. Thank you to the board and to you and your team, Dr. Cerise.
Judge, I think we just said,
Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers?
Make a motion, Judge, that the public hearing on Parkland Hospital close.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right.
Tax rate.
You got to get to the rate. Need to do the rate.
This is the last hearing on the Parkland tax rate. And so is there a motion to open that public?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I'll just say it, Dr. Cerise, again, you know, I mean, I will be moving in on Friday, you know, the property tax rates for Parkland Hospital, so from,
We can do that today.
No,
we don't have to.
no, but you gotta have the hearing.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we can do Parkland
You
today.
can vote for Parkland Day.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
we
we
can do
we
Parkland
could do
budget.
it, but one of the things we said at the beginning.
is that we
gonna
prefer
keep
to
'em-
do
we
it
gonna
all
keep
four
'em
of them
coupled.
together.
Coupled.
No, we didn't say that.
Sure we did.
That's what I
Sure we
remember.
Only
did.
doing two.
No. She asked.
That's what she
She was
said.
very clear. She was very clear.
Dr. Watkins did say that
Yes,
she preferred the
Judge,
four
I
of them.
asked to pull
That's right.
for a Friday special call meeting.
Any reason for that, Doctor?
Yes, I want to ensure a quorum, Doctor, for all four of them.
There's a quorum for Parkland today, so we can do Parkland today.
No,
And there'll be a
but we'll make sure Friday.
I want to make sure there's a
Quorum
quorum for Dallas County as well. So all four of you guys will be here Friday?
Okay, yeah,
And
okay.
there's no reason to not do Parkland today.
Well, that's fine. Okay, but I just want it on the record. We're gonna have a quorum, all four.
Yeah.
Four.
Yeah, on the record that all
Okay, I'm gonna be here.
Commissioners
Let's
Court members
do
will
that.
be
Who's
here
gonna
on
be here?
Friday.
Me and Commissioner Price.
I'll be here.
I'll be here too. I might be a little late, but I'll be here.
Okay, thank
We
you.
got it. Okay, so we can, if you wanna, that. point-
Dr. Cerise and Parkland will not have to be here on Friday, right?
No, not if we can move
Not
forward.
gonna today.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay. Legal. Sadly, we need them.
Okay, are we okay now?
Are we passing Parkland, yes or no?
Yeah, I think we can.
We can pass Parkland, okay.
Court order.
So,
But we need to pull it.
Did you open and close the public hearing?
we have open and closed every
public,
single
yes.
part, yes.
No, we didn't.
haven't.
We did
We're
not
in the
close the tax rate.
right
We
now.
got
You have to open and close the public hearing for the tax rate for Parkland as well.
right. We opened it. We haven't
We
closed it yet.
haven't closed it, we're still in the discussion. You want us to close it and approve it, doctor? What do you want us to do?
Be reading to the record or,
That's okay. I think Dr. Cerise probably got that covered, doesn't he?
No, I mean,
Something
there's a
specific.
confusing language like everything we do that we have to read.
Yeah, just be specific.
I'll make sure it matches with our. Excuse me, guys, just. Okay. Okay, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.2358, which is effectively an 8.26% increase in the tax rate. Tax code 26.05B based on the difference with the NNR. So the NNR is 0.217805, proposed rate 0.2358, exceeds by 0.017995, exceeds by 8.261977457%.
Move to adopt?
No, not
No,
yet. He just proposed.
Yeah, but was that read right?
That's correct.
Yes, it was.
Okay, okay, great.
You ready, right?
Okay.
Now, any other comments?
All right, and are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers? I'll make, is there a motion to close the
So
public hearing?
moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So that was the hearings. We'll get to, when we get the court orders, we'll be able to pass or vote on the rate. And I just, so we're done, doctors.
Yeah,
Teresa,
you're fair.
we're gonna vote on your rate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr. Sharice.
Watkins, sent you a text, you may not have seen it, but do we have a full copy, like a thick version of the budget? I assume you must have it if you've done, right?
It's 500 pages, so I can hand, do you guys prefer the digital or do you want?
Digital.
Digital? Okay.
So could you please have your office send that to each commissioner's, and whoever in their office works the budget, and mine too, obviously, ASAP, like while we're here today, so they can start looking at that, because I know at least some of the commissioners, including myself, have not received that full budget yet. Maybe none of them have. So, all right, so.
The great thing is it's online, but I'll send you a link. I'll send
Great.
you a link.
That's super. Okay.
So you want to do your resolution?
So next we've got the resolution to knock out. So going back to Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, let me read that. We'll carry that. And we'll do it they'll give it for another function. There we go. All right, I believe this is our last resolution. It's my resolution. I'll read it quickly. Whereas Prostate Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to educate, encourage screening, and raise awareness about the risk of prostate cancer. Prostate cancer is the second most prevalent cancer in men behind skin cancer. And whereas, according to the Center for Disease Control, the most significant risk factor for prostate cancer is age, with family history and race being other risk factors. African American men are at higher risk for prostate cancer and more likely to die from it. And whereas all men are at risk of prostate cancer, out of every 100 American men, 13 will get prostate cancer during their lifetime, and about 2 to 3 men will die from prostate cancer. According to the National Cancer Institute in Dallas County, the most recent rate from 2018 is around 100 cases per 100,000, with African American men having a rate of 158 per 100,000. And whereas screening for prostate cancer can be a useful tool, and men between the ages of 55 and 69 years of age should work with a healthcare provider to determine if screening is right for them. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize September as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month and encourage individuals to understand their risk and get screened if appropriate. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And as the University of Texas Southwestern Medical School opened their new clinic in Redbird, reimagined, 140,000 square feet, I want to say thank you. It is the third largest installation that UT Southwestern will have in their campuses. And it is the first time in the history of the medical school that has been around since 1943 that they're coming south of Interstate 30. And because Parkland already has 42,000 square feet there, and because UT Southwestern is coming, Cook's Children's Hospital is going to locate in Redbird Reimagined. First time in the history of the city. And so I want to say to UT Southwestern, thank you for being that anchor and for helping us to imagine what some of us have basically, and for all these years. Again, in tandem with the CHNA, Community Health Needs Assessment, people who live south of I-30 still live 23 years less than people who live north of I-30. And part of that is access to health care as part of it. So I just want to thank UT Southwestern. I did challenge them with regards to this clinic that they're opening, 140,000 square feet, that men's health care be an integral part of that presentation, given the statistics that we just did in a resolution.
And I think that also, Commissioner Price, CHNA has brought out not only the numbers that justify everything that many of us have been saying for many, many years, the inequalities of healthcare. And it couldn't happen without everybody working together, Health and Human Services, Parkland, and all the partners that are in medical district that have been working for a long time. And I think we all knew it. We just needed the numbers to back it up. And like you say, it's going to be a challenge because, healthcare is also based many times on perceptions versus realities. But I think we're in the right step. I will be there. Yeah. I think it's an exciting moment, as you say, when we all take out the politics of it and start working on the realities that are needed in the community about healthcare. Thank you, Dr. Juan. Thank you, Dr. Cerise and UT Southwestern for the way we're moving forward. And children's health, too, as well.
Yeah, children's health will be moving there. But keep in mind, as I tell people, Quantife has evolved over 29 years as a medical home annually for people who historically were not been able to service in the same district where 40% of the residents are transportation deprived. That's one of the reasons we keep talking about pop-ups with our HHS. That's the reason we keep talking about mobile with our HHS, our Health and Human Services. We cannot sit out on Stembles no more than Parkland can sit out there, no more than the medical school can sit out there, because 40% of my district and mostly Southern Dallas County are still transportation deprived.
But I think this is a good first step.
It is.
Because now it's, the pieces start coming together. We've been talking about TROs and, how do we develop and zoning can change these kind of challenges. Well, there's no excuses. I also think that zoning is in transition when it comes to the way cities and counties are developed. It's changing too. And that, Commissioner Price, is going to be one of the integral pieces of transportation. When we give opportunity of a community to be the first ones to invest in zoning, will be the day that we will see more equity and less gentrification in our community. So I feel optimistic. I know that usually it's not in your core, Commissioner Price, but I do feel optimistic of the future and how we are moving forward in the right areas. And like you say, we continue to challenge everyone to make it more affordable, to make it more accessible, to make it more inclusive, and more importantly, for everyone, particularly in the southern sector that has been the tale of two cities for many, many years.
No plug.
Affirm also,
Go ahead.
I would just like to affirm the connection between the resolution presented by the judge and what's going on with UT Southwestern's new clinic. Not all of us can get prostate cancer, but I know that everybody in this room has been impacted because there has been somebody who we cared for who was severely impacted, and many have died from this. So that focus on men's health care is very, very important, which is that tie with the UT Southwestern Clinic. I was very impressed when they came and presented to me the facts about what's in that clinic. The doctors who are focused in on men's health care, on children's health care. The increase of doctors available at the Redbird Clinic is incredibly impressive. And all that has been talked about, where we are expanding the accessibility of doctors' care to all of the populations in Dallas County, to address those transportation issues, to address the access issues. So thank you, Judge, for bringing forward the prostate cancer resolution, but then also Commissioner Price on recognizing some of the other changes going on in Dallas County with the opening of the UT Southwestern Clinic at Redbird.
But it's shameless plug for the accommodation. You know, one of the things that I want to say is that I'm going to give credit where credit's due. I said that to Dr. Cerise earlier, and I see people come and go. I've been on this court for almost 38 years. I've watched the same Center for Disease zip codes be impacted. And it's Dr. Daniel Podolsky and Dr. Mark Neve that finally said, we're going to come south. When they decided to put their footprint down, children said, hey, we'll come too. And Parkland, it's just been part of, of their outreach. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna continue to say, I'm gonna give credit where credit is due. Everybody hasn't been on the train, and it's not as though they haven't had the resources. Prior administrations have not been on a train. And so I'm gonna continue to say that. I'm gonna give credit to those individuals who have leaped forward and said, yes, it's time for us to address it.
Because the numbers are there.
All right. This now takes us to our presentations. First is from Dr. Huang at Dallas County Health and Human Services.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see. There we go. All right. Our local risk levels is still at orange, but it is being evaluated. The numbers, you'll see some of the numbers have improved. CDC has actually moved us down recently to the green level, but again, we're looking, I think there's a lot of concern also about school coming back in, and we've seen increase in proportion of some of the cases with kids, but we are still looking at these numbers. Here's the available ICUs, beds, and 7-day trailing average. Again, has been relatively flat. The emergency department visits suspected and confirmed in the prior 24 hours, again, has been leveling off over the last couple weeks. The admissions was a decline several weeks ago, then maybe starting to flatten out again, hopefully not going back up. The occupancy still showing a decline from a peak several weeks ago, but and deaths fortunately have remained very low compared to what we've seen previously. When we look at the vaccination, again, about a percentage of the population 6 months with at least one dose, a little over 70%, and percent of 6 months and older fully vaccinated, about 60%. We are anticipating the new bivalent booster becoming available later this week, and so as soon as we receive it, then we'll be starting to get that available. It is.
What do you anticipate you're gonna receive?
When the state has said it'll be this week, but they said don't start scheduling until we actually receive it because there's been some just.
But what is their distribution? Yeah. What's their allocation on distribution? I'm just trying to figure out about how much we're gonna.
Okay, yeah, so the distribution channels, I mean, fortunately, we're not where we were at the very beginning of this. Some of it's going to be, we'll have all of our clinics that are distributing it. All of the pharmacies will have that available, and so all those private other partners that have been distributing and providing vaccine will also be doing it for this new booster, as well as we've been working with NOMI out at Ellis Davis. They'll add that on to what's being distributed.
And do we know the eligibilities for the new booster yet? Is that going to be
Say that again?
12, the age.
eligibilities?
Yeah, so for the Moderna, it's 18 and older, and for the Pfizer, it's 12 and older, but then 2 months after the last dose. It is not used for the primary dose, so if someone has never had the vaccine, you wouldn't start with this. It'd be a booster after having the primary series.
So let me just ask you a few questions for the public then, real quick. So if a person had, well, I, for instance, had Omicron 5, it's not Omicron, what's this one called? What's the new one?
BA5.
BA5?
Yeah, BA5. I had BA5 ending in sometime in August. So when would I be wise to get a booster?
It would be, the actual eligibility would be based on when you had your last vaccine dose. So if it were more than 2 months, you'd be eligible. Potentially you would have some protection from your natural infection, but you would be eligible to get it immediately.
Because what I've seen in the literature on BA5 is that we're not seeing a lot of reinfection before a month, but after a month, particularly in vulnerable older populations, they do have reinfection. And one of the things that I think is concerning is maybe some pharmacists are still saying, and people are still kind of believing, well, if I got COVID, I'm protected for 3 months, which was the school of thought 2 years ago, but not necessarily the school of thought now, right?
Yeah, there are definitely more repeat and breakthrough infections that we're seeing with some of these latest variants.
So for a person that got it last month, if they're a month away from their infection or beyond, it's probably a wise thing to go ahead and get it if they're eligible, right?
Yeah, it certainly, that's a prudent thing to do.
Yeah. All right, great.
Here's some more of just the trends in vaccine. Again, we've seen continued sort of decline in some of the demand. Usually when there's a new booster or something, there is a bump up in some of that demand, so we anticipate we'll see some of that, and hopefully we'll see a lot more. Unfortunately, sometimes the thing that spurs people to get it is when the numbers start getting bad, and we don't want to be that to be what gets people to do it. But so we hope that, again, there'll be good uptake for this, especially since these are now targeted to some of these easily spread variants that we've had.
Are you visiting the sites, the clinics and all? Are you visiting the sites personally in terms of, and I still have some concerns about Ellis Davis and the way it's set up. Originally, different from when Parkland had it arranged, and I know there was a different level of utilization, but when I go out there now, I'm a little concerned.
And it's been a ebb and flow in terms of demand, the temperatures. I know we've been trying to keep the staff, comfortable, as well as the patients coming in. And so there have been these competing, issues that keep coming up that I know they're working on trying to address, when then the demand goes down, how much infrastructure can be put in place to keep it, justify keeping it sustained, and all these different issues. So, unfortunately, we're getting out of the extreme heat, hopefully, will be one issue that can be remedied, but and then again, the demand keeps going up and down, so we certainly are trying to address the changing situation.
Yeah, well, with this new vaccine, and I just want to make sure, and you and I have gone back and forth on some emails, I want to make sure that when we advertise and we outreach to our communities, that whether it's that vaccine or whatever else we are presenting from a health standpoint, that it's going to be available.
Sure.
You're not going to have people coming and they're saying, hey, we can't, as you and I have talked about, we can't accommodate them. And they said, well, you said in your outreach. I mean, we spend some time. I mean, we don't just.
And money.
Huh?
And money.
And money.
Oh, yeah.
But my staff spend some time. We don't just pop up. I mean, we circle. We look at the ST. We look at all of it, and that was my commentary back and forth to you and I.
Yeah.
So if we don't have the appropriate, and I saw Mr. Hooper this morning. Now, if we don't have the appropriate equipment, we need to be able to say that before we outreach and people, make that trek.
Sure.
Because it doesn't bode well for my staff. Number one, because they catch hell, they get cursed out and everything else. Y'all said you were going to do it, you didn't do it. What? And it just doesn't bode well for the county as well.
Sure. No, absolutely. And we talked, and I talked to staff. I mean, fortunately, no one was turned away at the
Y'all,
last
they were. I promise you, I've got the information. They were turned away.
We were told they were not, but maybe they weren't able to get the urine specimens.
Exactly.
But they were getting the blood specimens collected. But yeah.
Regarding that bivariant allocation that we're going to receive, what do we have an idea of the quantity, and what would be the quantities going forward? Do we have any idea?
I mean, what we're told, availability and quantity is not going to be an issue. Again, with the multiple channels that the vaccine is being distributed, I think, let's see, we're getting at least initially something like 5,000 each of Moderna and Pfizer, and then
That's just Dallas County, or is that the entirety of the account?
Separate from what the pharmacies and others,
Okay.
and then and then reordering. We've been told is not an issue. So,
Okay. So we're not going to have to, at least with our channel, we're not going to have to prioritize, or should we be in the business of prioritizing, the older population first regarding?
I mean, we're just going with the recommendations for CDC. And
Okay, so wide open. I mean,
Yeah,
basically,
so-
if you're in the category, if you're above
Right.
12 for Pfizer, 18 for Moderna, Dallas County is going to be delivering that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Here is again the variant proportions that we're seeing in Texas. That brown is the BA5, which again has really predominated. The BA4 is that pink. There's a new one, the gray BA4.6, that they say is easily transmitted, but just doesn't seem to be taking over like the BA5 has been. Here are some of the vaccine availability and sites, as well as the testing resources, and some of the other outreach events that we have scheduled over the next upcoming months. I do want to give another monkeypox update. Here's the epi curve, the number of cases by specimen collection date as of last Friday by date. So there does seem to be, we're not seeing the exponential increase in number of cases that we were seeing earlier. Hopefully some plateauing of that, perhaps some falling off, and I think that's what has been noted statewide as well as nationally. So, certainly reflecting the availability of vaccines and distribution of vaccines, as well as education, people, practicing more, trying to avoid and prevent infection, and some of that education and awareness of how to decrease the spread. Here are some of the cases, the breakdown. We've had, as of, again, last Friday, I think 564 cases. Almost all have been male. Almost all have been, thus far, men who have sex with men. You can see some of the age breakdown and some of the racial breakdown. We still do have quite a few that are unknown category with race, ethnicity. So that's been sort of a data quality issue that was noted from the start with some of the early reports, so we're still trying to fill in some of that.
Dr. Juan, we're also having some vaccination pop-ups. I understand your staff is going to be doing for monkeypox.
Yes, we're having some. I think NOMI is going to participate out on the Oaklawn Cedar Springs area this coming weekend. and in partnership with some of the bars and other areas. There's also the Hispanic Pride event, I think, that's coming up, that they'll have a presence there also.
Would you please send us, to all of us, some of those? I mean, I know you usually send it already in a format for
The one
social
thing
media.
that's a little different is that for monkeypox vaccine, we haven't been just saying everyone come out here necessarily. That's why it's been more for those that have identified as having
They have to register,
high
right?
risk and things. So that's why we haven't just said, here, go sign up and go to these different.
Okay. All
That's
right.
a
Well,
little
just
different.
send it to us so we can talk about it.
Sure.
And let me know if you don't want it in social media.
Okay, yeah, no, but we do want to go to events where there are, perhaps high-risk populations that we can.
I understand. Thank you, Dr. Wong.
I just texted you to turn away. That's all right.
Okay.
I texted you.
Let's see, and here's sort of the geographic distribution of the monkeypox cases by residents. All right, and that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation,
Thank you, Dr. Wong.
Thank you, Doctor.
let's see, next presentation from Court Administration. Is that right?
Is what? No. Next presentation is mine if you don't have anything.
Okay. I think my little script here is a little screwed up today.
That's okay, no problem.
Hang on one second. Go ahead.
Sorry, Parkland didn't hang around for the presentation, but anyway. First one is the,
Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry, go ahead. You're right, but there is one, ag extension. They just put you in the wrong order on here. Go ahead, Commissioner Price.
what about?
That's postponed, so don't worry.
That's
Yeah,
postponed to,
yeah.
okay, great.
Okay,
That's jury duty, so they would not.
Gotcha, okay.
okay. Before I get to the judge thing, the whole Monkey Mug Chronicles as of September 6, 2022. And it's never, for someone in 2022 to act as though, this is new, or as the kids say, brand new. It's just amazing to me. But in 2011, there was a study called Not Yet Human. Implicit knowledge, historical dehumanization, and contemporary consequences. It appeared in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. It's a publication of the American Psychological Association. The study revealed that many Americans subconsciously associate blacks with apes. In addition, the study's findings show that the society is more likely to condone violence against black criminal suspects because of its inability to accept blacks as fully human, according to the researchers. Jennifer Eberhardt, a black Stanford University associate professor of psychology, said it was one of the most depressing research assignments that she had ever worked on. And I quote, "This shook me up to the core," she wrote. "You have suspicions when you do the work, intuitions, you have a hunch, but it was hard to prepare for how strong the Black Ape Association was. That association can lead to endorse the beating of black suspects by police officers, and I think it has a lot of other consequences that we have yet to uncover," end quote. Apparently, these monkey Negro associations are okay for the executive staff at Parkland Hospital. In fact, it may even get you promoted. Maybe monkey mugs are the best indicator of future success. And while I read the entire deal, I wanted to just give you a synopsis. Know that there's not going to be a bunch of interest in going forward. And I'm not speaking probably to present, I'm just speaking to history.
Yes, sir. What's this?
Um,
So we're ready to have a vote with something we hadn't even read, though?
what's this?
This is for,
Oh, man. I wish we'd seen this.
which, Mrs. Scarf over here experienced you, but it's quarter number 16.
Oh, well, yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
think
we
I
hadn't
pulled,
seen it.
but then I pulled, but wait a minute, I pulled,
If there's just a couple of name changes, I guess that's cool.
well, wait a minute, hold on, I pulled,
Questions that I have about some of those same changes.
yeah, and I pulled, because I pulled, there's a couple, I want to make sure. Now, that's a whole nother deal. So,
Yeah, we get, and you know, it's probably too late to do it, but if any commissioner wants to pull this, we might want to do this on Friday too. Yeah, we still could get, why don't you put 16 on Friday? Because,
well, I've already,
If that's what you're doing.
well, I mean, is this, let me just ask real fast. Are there substantial changes, Mike, on this list that they're getting right now?
We
It's
don't
not
have
your
this-
fault.
We don't have this before us. We can't take it right now. We can't take it.
Pull it for discussion and let us know to add it for Friday, that's what you want to do, but.
well, I pulled it.
It's already been pulled?
Well, I pulled it. I pulled it.
Add it
for
to
discussion.
Friday, we may not even do anything on Friday, but unless, we're not doing anything today, if you pulled it, you pulled it.
No,
for
I
no time.
told Ms. Bradbury, pull it. I pulled it.
For 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, I pulled it.
We
I
might as
pulled
well
it for
get
at least.
them in there if we can get it by Friday. Let's put it on the agenda for Friday. If somebody don't want to vote on it or something, we'll figure it out. Let's try to get those out, but. Okay.
Okay.
So that's, gotta hurry, cause you got the, whatever it is, 49 minutes or something.
The judge and I can appreciate that. I want to clear up some stuff. Number one, with regards to it, because I guess what's, and the only reason that I want to try to deal with, I want to separate out. First of all, I want to say to our civil judges, I want the court and the public to understand that these numbers are what we call self-reporting. All counties, it's no different. OCA, the Office of Court Administration, is with all self-reporting. And as I dealt with budget and went through all the civil court's dispositions with regards to it, a reporter called me and asked me, because I'm dealing primarily with criminal, and the reason I'm dealing with the criminal piece, not the misdemeanors, the reason I'm dealing with it is because, we're up against it. We're up against it in a number of ways, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. But currently, there seems to be about a 17% decrease in operating with regards to the civil district judges. Dallas County civil district judges, while you got some that, as far as I'm concerned, are not performing at the bottom of the deal. You have a number of judges in the civil side who are performing. And when I look at peer counties, our civil judges appear to be performing at a higher rate than any of the buttressing counties and of the peer counties. In fact, based on the numbers, they are 3% less than it was during the pandemic. And so I just want to say to those civil judges that have been performing, we appreciate it. These are numbers. I've looked at your numbers, and one of the things they ask about, Dr. Watkins, is that are we going to continue to produce the kind of the office of management piece? And I know you had your hands full, with regards to this. But I appreciate, I now know who's number one, number two, and I know who's dragging the bottom over there, and I don't want to drag.
And I still have 2 short staff, but we have been updating the management report, so we're trying to give it a new facelift as far as how we did it in the past. And so hopefully we'll get all of those updated sometime in October, November. But what I provided was year-to-date as well.
I saw that, and I pruned it all weekend. And I just want to say that to the civil side. Now, there are some people, again, who've been calling us civil judges, and there's a sleight of hand that goes on, too, between requesting juries and who signs off on juries and whether or not they use jury. And so I'm still kind of pruning that. But the only reason, we're in kind of dire circumstances here. It's one of the reasons I appreciated Representative Davis and Senator West for moving forward with trying to help us. We're authorized for 7,200 beds in Dallas County, 7,204. In midnight count, we were at 6,371, up 147. Now, what concerns me, and I want everybody to understand this, Chief is back there. We looked at the warrant file on Friday. There are 71,000 warrants in the warrant file. And let's say it's 3-1. We still don't have enough beds. And what's concerning me is that as of 8/31, we had, at that time, 88% of our total jail population. Now, I don't want to get into the whole felony not filed, doer buckets, which you have all of that. But I guess what I'm still wanting the judges to consider what is going on in Barry County with Senate Bill 6 is the magistrate's ability to set a bond on a felony case. As of Friday, we had almost 1,000 individuals that are in custody that have felonies not filed. What that means is those individuals on an average of 26 days is staying in our system at a cost of $1.4 million every month. Now, all I'm asking is for them, the district attorney is helpless. He can't do it. And while we've gone down a number of roads, and whether it's the writ of habeas corpus, whether it's the Senate Bill 6, we've got to be able to talk about 999 unique individuals who are in a bucket, which is called the detention early warning bucket, that are felonies not filed. And of that, I've got 800 females, and half of those females are in with non-violent offenses. I mean, you do the math, and I'm just sounding the alarm. All they've got to do, the top 5 offenses for you to get is possession of a controlled substance, under 1 gram. Then, of course, you got aggravated assault, and you got family violence, aggravated family violence, But look what's going on, and of course, DPD is leading with Irving and the Dallas Sheriff's Department and Mesquite and Garland kind of on par. But keep in mind, they have up to the statutory time of individuals that, to file felonies. But we're holding them 26 days before, on average, is the average length of stay. And I guess what's concerning me is that a number of cases that have one case on felony not filed is 419. That have two cases, 250. You know, and we got 19 individual, one case. The days in jail, you got that in your deal, average day. That's where you get to the 26. It shows that. It shows about race and ethnicity. And so I just got a real problem that we, and I'm separating out the judges, the criminal district judges are dealing with felony, not filed. Look at the age group. The age group is 25 to 34. That's over a third of the individuals. We're going to talk about the racial demographics. It's right there. And I know there's some concern about whether or not the writ of habeas corpus is done. All I'm asking is, if Senate Bill 6, Article 17027, allow the magistrate judge to set a bond on a felony case if the individual has a felony case pending. It talks about all they've got to do is give them the authority. On August the 16th, there was 879 females in custody, 13%. 92% of our total female population was in custody. Ladies and gentlemen, with our classification system, we can only house 952. 952 is total. We've got 879 right now. Of the approximately 449 of those 952 in custody are in with non-violent charges.
I also have a question, Commissioner Price, on this. I'm looking at the detention early warning report that we post in the agenda, and thank you, Mr. Martin, and Criminal Justice for putting it together. One of the things, because I know that you already mentioned the felony not filed numbers have always been high. But what about the felonies pending grand jury, and the highest number comes from felonies not including state jail felonies?
Well, but that's
what is the difference that we're supposed to put right there? Because that's the 2,157 people versus the 1,008 with felonies not filed.
Well, the difference is you cut that number down. Ms. Jefferson is.
Ms. Jefferson, so good to see you. Please. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Good morning. So good to be here. So good to see you all. So the number that you're referencing, Dr. Garcia, is our total number of individuals pending felony court. So that is high. That is of concern. Those people are waiting to go to court. Their cases have been filed and indicted. They're just waiting for the court process.
And that's the highest number.
Yes.
Yeah, it is the highest number.
And they're the ones who stay the longest with immigration, right? 180, 190 days or more.
Correct. And one thing I wanted to mention, Commissioner, you stated that the 26 days of length of stay for that felony not filed bucket, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're being released from custody. They're just going on to the next bucket. So they could be in our custody way longer than 26 days.
Right. Well, and I guess there's only 43 females in jail on what I call, quote, misdemeanors only, and 32 of the female defendants had been released. So that I appreciate that and getting that information. But the nonviolent females that are in custody are primarily, as we talk about, are they substance abuse?
Yes, that is the number one offense for our felony not filed bucket is substance abuse related.
Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is I'm just continuing to try to hit the detention early warning bell that says that, you know, ladies and gentlemen, like you said, 147 up since the last midnight count, 6371. And so we're trying to make sure that we getting on. The current 2022 already exceeds the average, about 52% of that. And I'm still concerned with the, you know, the so-called, you know, red list and whether or not, you know, that's, you know, even being enforced. So I guess I'm just saying to the court, we're up against it. Houston, and I think I said this last court, Houston just spent $26 million sending custody to Louisiana and West Texas because they had hit their limit. We're just a few hundred people off our limit. We're not even a few hundred, we're 100 and some people. Cost 6371, 7204, you do the math. That's where we are. And given our classification system, we're up against it. Now, I know there are judges who are out there saying, commissioners, don't tell us what to do. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. There are forums, Judge, where they're out there in the community say they don't run our court. We're not trying to run the court. We're trying to manage the bottom line. Public safety is number one. We get that. But number two, you know, we just talked about a budget. We just talked about that jail costing us $12 million a month. But we also just said the sheriff's budget is $194 million. And then you heard Dr. Watkins says food costs another $3.5 million, just given what's happening lately. So you got all of this is continuing to mount. I talked about Parkland earlier. We've got to manage this population. We cannot continue, you know, at this rate. And so, Senate, you know, I know we can't tell them what to do. And I know we give them $18,000, and I know there's no appetite, let me say courage, to talk about how we send some shot across the bow. I don't know if we can cull criminal district from others. I don't know.
You know, now that you're talking about this particular aspect of it, I would like to make a comment in that in talking with a number of those criminal justice judges, there we go. In talking with a number of the criminal justice, judges, that there are some that are asking for accountability. And so my question for us is not that we don't have the courage to address it, but I want to be able to address it in a way that looks at the management of the system, but that does not punish those judges who are in fact doing the job. And how do we do that? So that's my question on the management of this situation. So I have the courage to ask those questions, but how do we do it fairly, and how do we do it so that we are really focusing in on those judges who are not pulling their weight?
And to that point, I would say that you know, group summary punishment is disfavored by a whole host of entities, but a reasonable shot over the bow would be to deduct $20.23 from every one of those criminal district judges' $18,000 salary stipend that is given to them by the county, to show that this body has the will that if they don't get this corrected in 2023, that we will more significantly drop their salary. I mean, it's a powerful statement And it's only, $20.23. If we want to, give them a hamburger sometime to, fill in that gap, then that's fine. But I think that would send the message that this body is willing to reduce their salary should they not come to the table and work with us.
Well, Commissioner Koch, but every time we meet as a court, we have those stats right here, okay? And I'm on the criminal justice and other. But one of the things that I've been noticing is some courts do very well for a period of time and then they stall. And then some courts do bad and then, it would be very hard to rate each judge based on the numbers that I get every 2 weeks. Unless you tell me differently, I know that there's one or two that really, you can tell, and the numbers are here. But the rest, I don't know that I will feel comfortable. It's like everything else. Some courts do well for some time and their changes happens. We see that, they're asking for additional staff, additional resources. There's fluctuations in every court. I cannot cut everybody.
You're 100% right in that there is a great deal of fluctuation, but there's two aspects of that problem. One, you're right. There is fluctuation in intercourt, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the entirety, of course, is all of the district judges, criminal district judges, are taking on a lower caseload. So you have some judges that are dragging, but then you also have systemic issues. And one of the biggest systemic issues is the fact that they are not taking responsibility for magistrating, right? We need to press the district judges toward a direct file system that looks a lot more like Harris County, because we need to more rapidly get those cases into those courts. So they, because that's the biggest fight right now is that, well, we don't have jurisdiction over them because they're not filed with us yet. We need to work with our district attorney's office to make sure that it is now clear you have jurisdiction over it, and now you can fix the problem because someone has to fix this problem. The female bucket there, that low-hanging fruit. We have so many of these individuals with, drug-related cases.
No, and there's low-hanging fruit, in a lot of these categories.
Right, and the problem is no one's willing to take accountability for it. And truly, the ultimate authority regarding magistration, the entirety of that system, is those district court judges collectively. So they need to work with us on the systemic fix and also holding their own accountable that are not carrying their weight overall.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, because there are judges who said directly to me that they are, in fact, willing to accept that accountability.
Yeah.
And it's up to, but it's to figure out how to do
And
it.
that's exactly the question, Commissioner Daniels.
Punish
In
those.
the how, there's fluctuations, and that's what Commissioner Koch and I have been discussing. How can you make an analysis that really is fair to all of them? We can hold them all accountable. I think that's what this court and particular Commissioner Price and you have been doing. But honestly, it will be very, very hard to punish price-wise with the fluctuations that you see every 2 weeks by court. Probably one or two will be, but I don't think legally we will be able to do that.
Well, hold on.
And that's my point, and thank you so much.
Yeah, legally, we absolutely can. We've already received that opinion.
There's one thing I would like to ask the court and ask our attorneys. I know that I've asked the Dallas County attorneys, Kate and Ben, and the Council of the District Judges to actually take a look at 17.151 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedures, which says that defendants who have been in custody for over 90 days and the state's not ready for trial must be released on a personal bond. I'd like to know how that's being implemented here in Dallas County.
Right.
Yeah, if you look at all the people that are in jail, that, are not competent to stand trial, but they have been in and out of mental services more than once. Those people should immediately, once they're competent to stand trial, they should have their trial within weeks, because once they get into the county jail, all the work on the mental side, goes loose. And that's exactly what we need to change. And that's what I'm in favor. I'm more than punishing is how can we make the system, just like you say, Ms. Jefferson, available and moving more efficiently, rather than to pinpoint people that if they're going to work, and sadly, not everybody's going to be on the same page, and it's going to be very hard to put them all together on the same page.
Well,
Go on you.
That is my point.
on that piece legally, we have the right to individually. Now, I know that the body may not have the will, but we receive the legal opinion. We can individually target those judges that are not working. But I disagree in that, the average over the course of a year, if we were today to say, starting today, we are evaluating for your next pay cut that will be coming in the next budget. The shot over the bow is that we are willing to do this. We're taking $20.23, a de minimis amount, out of your salary. Know that when we get to next September, the end of September, if we have not improved by 3%, that you're going to see a reduction in your salary, and we can decide that amount at that time. I think, that.
Well, yeah, because I think I'd like to follow up with that in the respect that has been my question, is how do we address and how do we manage the number of inmates fairly, but manage the system? And if we in fact can address, and I look forward to seeing what the civil DA has to say about those inmates in custody over 90 days, what is the treatment of those particular individuals, but then also keeping in mind how within our system, the way it is, that various individual judges can behave differently. And those that are working and moving their caseload along should not be hurt by the behaviors of those judges who have not been keeping up with their caseload.
I think the most important thing to remember is that there are other peer counties that are not facing these same problems. And they as well have a number of district court judges that are performing at different rates. So, clearly there's some other stuff going on here, and some of it is systemic. I think that moving to direct file and then also differentiated case tracks, finding ways to expedite those cases like the possession cases, and moving more complex cases to a different track. And those examples, Williamson County, Harris County, there's a whole host of counties that do that. Those are essentially systemic changes that we're going to have to make within the next year if we're going to, cut down this backlog. Because clearly, even though we have an auxiliary court open, we're not getting there. We opened an auxiliary court and we got a larger backlog. That's pretty insane.
Ms. Richardson, there you are. With
Ms.
regards,
Richardson.
yes, come on. With regard,
Thank you for coming, Ms. Richardson
Yeah.
and Ms. Jefferson. What would we do without you?
Well, the integral part of this, I want you to understand. I'm gonna keep putting it on the record. And I know Ms. Nichols gets a little nervous here. They were always part of what this court advanced to managing as part of, again, Plan A and Plan B. That was we did that, and so that the public will be clear what that says is that all we asked this same group of judges is that for purposes of the bond, for purposes of magistration, we wanted the public defenders to be there just for that purpose, to represent them, and then after that they can do whatever they want to do. But for purposes of managing this population, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to keep saying, we got 7,204 beds. George Allen has 800, And just to talk about opening it is over $10 million. That's if we can and bring it to, and I think it's even more than that, because we just finished the third floor, right, Chief? We spent 1.2 million, and we got, what, 26 single sale? 26 for 1.2. So I got 800 over here. All I'm telling y'all, we seem to be caught, and I'm just trying to manage it so that they can manage the population, and so that we can. So okay.
Well, and today, and we're going to talk about it in agenda item number 8, with establishing the Dallas County Courts of Law Backlog Court.
Okay.
You know, I think that we're starting somewhere where we're trying to acknowledge that we have a problem, that I think the judges know we have a problem. I think between Commissioner Price's presentation today and all the different categories that we have today in the detention early warning report, we have around, I was calculated, 826 cases that it could be easier to move. And I would like to see that this, the court at law backlog, will be the first step to see what are the results before we move into something that will be very hard to track and very hard to be fair as discounting people's, selectively paychecks. So that's my personal point of view. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Judge. And I can send you all the categories that I've been looking at, and obviously, probably the court will be able to look into that.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. Thank you, Ms. Richardson.
But, what's frustrating though regarding that County Court of Law Auxiliary Court is, the animus behind it was essentially, we have people that are waiting in limbo regarding evictions. That they're not going to be housed. That is a serious and dire situation, and also a very troubling situation for the landlords, because they're basically housing someone without remuneration. We have been on top of the district criminal courts for so long now, and they've gotten those resources of an auxiliary court, and they've gotten the resources. Everything they've asked for, we've given to them, and we've seen no solution. We're reaching a point of greater crisis. We started sounding the alarm in a period of very substantial crisis. I mean, I think at the very least, they need to show that they can knock down these numbers in the jail significantly. But I mean, if they can at least just, keep it flat for a little while until we can work on the larger systemic fixes with them, then, that has to be done. But I don't see them working with us in a meaningful manner until they know that we mean business. They've sent every message that they don't care what we think, that we're not in charge of anything regarding criminal justice. And unfortunately, they're greatly mistaken. We are in charge of the budget. We hold the purse strings. We've given them everything they've asked for, and we should not be subsidizing them with $18,000 a year if they are not going to work with us and do their job that the county has asked them to do.
Any further comments on this?
Look forward to the reports that will be forthcoming. Appreciate that.
Okay. That takes us to, I'm looking. I think I've got something from Information Technologies, is that right? I've still got your stuff?
What about the new county extension director?
No, that's been
No,
delayed.
that's been postponed.
He's in jury duty.
Oh, I was unaware. Okay. Oh, gosh. Okay, thank you.
Hopefully it's at a criminal court, they'll impanel and try a case.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
What a way to close the conversation. Ms. Kraft.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. We're pulling the Lights right up. So as far as our TechShare current support model, this is just stating our TechShare JCMS system, Mac portal, and indigent offense is in the Azure cloud at the moment. TechShare Prosecutor is on-prem on Dallas County servers. As far as current support and who supports what, here's a list breakout of who are currently supporting TechShare Prosecutor, Mac portal, and indigent offense. As far as what we're proposing for the first year, we're proposing 2 FTEs, and we did give you a range of the, including benefits, for a minimum of 232 to 286 for max and higher for year 1, which would include a dedicated developer and a quality assurance analyst. And then for year 2 would be with benefits, a range of 342,000 minimum up to 421 max and higher with an additional of a senior business systems analyst. As far as our proposed support model costs, on the left you can see historically what we've paid, and I think Omar can break out the 2 different numbers on the 2022. We did get information back from TechShare. They estimate or anticipate a TechShare for maintenance only of $1.2 million. As far as our year 1 and year 2 total, we are proposing as far as hardware, software for those 3 that are currently cloud to migrate in-house, if that's the option Commissioner Courts wants us to do today. That would be around $8K a month for a total of $96,000. In addition to the 2 FTEs with benefits, transition services, not all inclusive of TechShare, but it does include some of that. We're still in the process of scoping that out, but looking on Collin County, they used 40 hours at around $181 an hour or something like that is part of their transition. So we anticipate, we can use the $200K for small tools, potentially third-party services, or even leveraging the same services that the TJJD used when they migrated in-house.
Okay. Ms. Kraft, let me just stop you here. So what we're looking at is for TechShare to do it, $1.6 million. For us to do it, that's in year 1, $600,000, in year 2, closer to $500,000. How is that possible? If TechShare is basically sharing the people and sharing the service, right? So they have their folks on staff, and they are a software as a service, right? So, they have their back-end stuff, they have their servers and all that. How is it that we are able to do it so much cheaper?
I think part of that, I can't answer that. We've tried to garner some of that information, and one of the things to consider, if you go back to the slides, it doesn't take into account anything net new. So on the next slide, it talks about some of those new requests and things that we'll have to scope out that we don't have a level of effort or cost determined at this time. So if it's 1.2, it might scale even more depending on the stakeholder and how we prioritize that workload. So if you go here.
Okay, so TechShare could be doing more than we can do. Have they given us what they've done in the past and what they plan on doing going forward with those softwares?
They did mention since 2021, there have been approximately 500 requests across the 4 applications. And out of those, 375 of those requests are in production in many of the counties. What we can't, elaborate today or give you more concise information. This may or may not include Dallas County. This could include break fixes, bugs, and new features. So I know that was one of the things Commissioner Price had asked, well, what did Dallas County get and what did we bring? We couldn't quite garner that information out of TechShare. We did get some of that information.
Did we ask for that information?
We asked on more than one occasion. So.
Okay, so.
And even prior to this. So.
We own them, right?
And we still cannot get that information.
Well, there have been a couple of different exchanges of emails very specifically on that, with the most recent one being on September the 2nd. So I know that that's still in process.
Tends to be very vague at best.
When did we start asking? When was the first time we asked, hey,
so
what have you done for us?
Since Commissioner's Court, that was on August 16th, am I correct?
That same day on the 15th.
Or no, it was the 16th.
So the 16th, so at least 20 some odd days, and we still don't know what they've done. We assume that
We
they,
do have a lot of information, with one of the first major responses being on August the 23rd, when there was a very large amount of information shared. And then there was a back and forth with the emails, with the most recent one being on this second, at least from what I've been able to see. And there is a willingness to have that conversation, but it's more specifically, what do you want and how do you want it? I would also like to make a comment at this time that there's a comparison with Collin County and what their costs have become since they no longer are associated with TechShare. Just a reminder that Collin County only has one application, whereas Dallas County has 4 applications, and I would like to reiterate that they are 4 very successful applications. So it's not quite the apples to apples comparison that one would expect, which also is what the table and TechShare support model indicates. It's still not an apples to apples comparison.
has Collin County given us any indication of why they moved off the one?
Very similar to TJJD. I did get to speak with the Texas Juvenile Justice Board this past week just to understand their current state, what they have on their roadmap, and their upcoming priorities. So I talked to at least 3 other CIOs who mentioned similar sentiments and concerns around the long-term viability, the risks associated with their processes, and some of the vagueness that we've experienced, not only on this occasion as others. I believe we did provide you some email documentation to kind of back those assumptions up too.
Okay, so what are some of those risks? All right, so they're not talking to us. What are some of the risks that we're talking about here with I can't say that acronym. Go ahead.
TJJD, did you want to kind of highlight? I can start it off, but I think it had to do with the long-term viability as far as how the code's managed and tracked and reported on. One of the things, and I also have our CISO on the line too, as part of kind of his process, he sat down with our biggest vendors, and it's very consistent, talking through that and even working with our civil DA and upgrading or updating some of our contractual language with our newer software refreshers or renewals or upgrades and so forth. And it really had to do with the method. Doesn't sound like the processes are as mature as what you would expect, and there was other associated risks. I don't know if you were wanting to kind of highlight some of what you heard as well.
Hello, Judge, Commissioners, Omar Rodriguez. So some of the stuff we heard was basically once they got to see the code that it wasn't very well documented. So when you ask about risk, that's maybe one of the things. And then so you get this code and you're hoping to build on it, but you don't have a good roadmap of how to build. So that was one of the things that we heard from the state.
Then I would also like to provide additional information from a variety of other counties who not only are very satisfied with the products that they have, but the number of counties that in fact are signing up based on the conversations they have had with the successful implementation, for example, of prosecutor.
And we did have 2 third parties kind of validate some of those concerns as well, including
That's
the
half
state
of
as well.
that's a part of the information, and I'd like to supply some of the rest of that.
You said you had the CISO on the line. What regarding any cyber risk? What do we have in that regard?
Is Colin Stabaki on the line? I think he should be.
Are we going to get to while you're getting him, are we going to get to the slides on the cost savings?
We just did those.
Or the expenses of staying with the TechShare or moving it in-house?
It was on there, Judge. It's over minimum $500,000.
Yeah.
And we anticipate more, especially if we scope out some of those additional needs that maybe other providers.
I know the answer to that, but did I miss that? Has that slide already been up?
It was there.
It was there.
No, it's there.
I apologize.
Yeah, and
Where I said it was incomplete information, and please let us supply kind of the other side of the story, because only a piece of it is being presented here.
Well, can we get the other side of the story quickly and then make a decision as
I'll
to
defer to our.
moving
Mr. Reed,
in-house or
'cause
staying
I
with?
believe I
Texture?
had to escalate to him to try to get some help.
Yeah, Judges and Commissioners, on the slide that was previously up, there's an asterisk on the bottom left. We asked, I say we, our IT department asked TechShare directly how much it would cost just to maintain the system, no enhancements, nothing. And the figure they gave us was 1.2 million. So that would be your apples to apples between TechShare maintaining, no enhancements, and then Dallas County's proposed model. And just to remind everyone, what IT department is proposing here is just maintain the system as is, no enhancements other than legislative changes that are required, and that's it.
If we stay with TechShare and we had enhancements, we'd have to pay for those enhancements.
Correct. It's included in the resource sharing agreements we have already.
It's, the money's not included. The obligation to pay them is included, correct?
Correct.
Right. So really, what we're looking at then is assuming that both things are equally capable, and it may be that we're more capable than they are in this instance, but assuming that we're both equally capable, there's a cost savings to us, and if there needs to be a big enhancement, if we were to stay with TechShare, we would pay their higher cost for the enhancement, or we could do it ourselves or hire third-party contractors to do it. Those are options, right?
So yes, I think that's correct. The options that that staff is presenting right now is to bring it in-house. Two options: either bring it in-house or continue to pay TechShare for both maintenance and the enhancements, because we can't separate the two out.
So on the next slide, Judge, to answer your question, we did identify some key needs, and this was gathered as part of the market analysis provided by a third party to include our key stakeholders as well. And some of these we would need to scope out. So for instance, updates to prosecutor juvenile, having the tool of automated witness notification, and integration between TechShare platforms. We would have to scope out the level of effort, and there may be additional costs.
Let me ask you this then: if we put an order on for because my experience with TechShare on these things is you don't get the answers, but if you put an order on, then they'll show up to court and make promises and give estimates. So
I think from an IT perspective, we're at the point where we really need to kind of
so why don't we
get
put an
that,
order
so
on?
we can, if that's the route,
Why
you
don't
know,
we put an
we
order
need
on
as
for
much.
2 weeks from now, and then there's still a possibility somebody will pull it. Of course, they'll show up and tell us whatever they want to tell us when there's a chance that they'll lose our business, and then we can, vote on that.
Well, Judge, to be clear, we're putting on an order
To
that
move off TechShare.
Move it
Take
in-house.
Take it in-house. Right. I'm not saying there's 3 votes for that. I'm telling you, I'm sure leaning that way based on my past experience with them and the fact that they won't give us information today. But it just, in the timing of it all, if one of the commissioners wants to pull it, that's another 2 weeks, so we don't get around to it till a month. And the
Aren't
only way
we
you ever
ready?
get information out of TechShare is to.
But aren't we ready to
Right.
vote on this today?
Oh, we don't have it on.
We don't have an
Behind
item
the-
for approval today. We were asked for more
For-
information, so we brought it back. I will tell the Commissioners Court that on September 20th, when we come back, we have to make a decision that day. We have to provide a 90-day notice of separation to TechShare, which the deadline for that would be October 2nd. So unless we're going to have a special called meeting after the 20th, if it gets pulled, we would need to make a decision on
Well, if
September
it's an
20th.
emergency item, I think,
We need as much notice as we can, because
and I
it's
think
a
to be fair,
hefty transition.
the voice that I'm hearing, kind of the minority voice on this is Dr. Daniel. She needs all your information ASAP, right? So, right, and so do we. And then
But
we
if
need
time-
TechShare, whatever they want to promise and say, we need to get it sooner rather than later, not have them come to court and say they just figured this out last night, and they can offer us a $500,000 savings or whatever their deal is. They need to go ahead and do that stuff now.
And Judge, because of what you say, and I get what you're trying to say now, Commissioner Daniels, you've been the minority voice here, I mean, would it be enough time for us to give them to have it by Friday in the special call meeting, if time is what we need?
They had since August 16th.
Right. I think what we have to, just to be transparent to TechShare, if they're watching, we need to get all this information, because if on September the 20th, there's a desire to pull this, then
We lose the opportunity, yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And so we'll probably have to, and I hate doing that.
Well,
We'll probably have to vote over the minority voice because it's an emergent situation that would cost the county money.
And I think fortunately, we do have an opportunity here because we have our ITEGC on the 13th. So they can provide, if they want to show up on the 13th and give us that information, they must
So the
by
committee will
that
block
day.
that whole
Right.
ITGC.
Yeah, they can show up
Okay.
to
And then we
ITGC.
need it all too, because I'll try to keep an open mind to this, but I need to actually see something, not promises that they're gonna do something later,
Right.
that,
I think there's very much the awareness of the timing on this issue. And I would suggest that September 20th does give us, we're within that time frame, and that we are not in a crisis situation by that. And that I have a commitment to this court, first of all, to Dallas County, first of all, to have the best software packages that we can have from our very, very, very long relationship with TechShare, very successful juvenile, prosecutor, magistrate, indigent defense. I would say let's at least give TechShare the benefit of the doubt and bring this forward on September the 20th.
Yeah.
And I understand the time
Right.
restrictions on this. I don't think I'm being
So
foolish
Collins
on
is
that
the-
at all.
No, I think that's reasonable, and I think I just want to be transparent with everybody. So if we get to the place on the 20th, we're going to have two options there, and the court's going to have to make the decision. Assuming that the court, and this is all hypothetical, but assuming that the court wants to bring things in-house, but one commissioner wants to pull it, the options for the court are to overrule the minority voice, which I hate doing, and not give them more time.
I hear your threat.
Or, no, it's not a threat. Or we could move that to a special call meeting a few days later. But we got to make a decision by when?
Before the
Or
next
think
budget.
we
one
have to
thing-
provide them a 90-day notice that we are transitioning to in-house.
What day?
That's October
That's
the
October
2nd.
2nd.
Okay.
Now, internally speaking, it's going to take 8 to 10 weeks, I think.
I think we stayed at 12. That's
I'm sorry,
why
10 to
there's a
12
sense of
weeks.
urgency from our end, just because of the timing. We
Yeah.
want to make sure it's stable. And, there's also concerns that even waiting a week or two, from a long-term viability and risk that I think needs to take into account. I have our CISO on there
I
now.
think there's I'm getting a sense that the majority of the court, at least 3 and potentially 4 votes, are for moving it in-house. And the only way that would likely change is if TechShare comes up with something by the September 13th meeting, or at the September 13th meeting. So, should you start working on it after September 13th, or, I want to be respectful to the minority voice, but I also don't want to get our IT department in a jam. So what do we need to do here?
Well, I would at least say
We need
have
more
the
time.
respect. Have the respect for a long-term relationship with TechShare.
But I think that's what we're doing by giving them till the 13th to tell us the things we've been asking since August 16th. Show up to the meeting, do whatever you want to do, and if that is something that changes IT's recommendations, then they would tell us hopefully immediately, right?
And we'll let TechShare know that we're preparing an order for the September 20th court to transition in-house. Give them the direction to come to ITGC on the 13th to make their case, and then even come on the 20th if they'd like to speak on the court order, and then just let them know that that's the direction we've gotten from the Commissioners Court, and staff can proceed accordingly.
If there needs to be a posting change, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it, but if any commissioner or me or whatever want to go to that meeting, to hear that pitch that we don't normally go to, because that's normally a meeting, we just have two commissioners on there, post it in such a way so that if Dr. Garcia or I or Dr. Commissioner
We were supposed to, yeah.
Price wants to go, we can.
Another important piece, and perhaps we can get into this a little bit, but definitely on the 13th, we need to hear about the cybersecurity portion.
Yeah, we have Collins on the phone. Can we swing him over? 'Cause I think he.
Yes, Ms. Kraft, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
It's a Southern.
All right. Yeah, so probably directed to the commissioner. So what I'm trying to do in terms of all our major priority applications is to harmonize that process, right? So from a cybersecurity standpoint, we have a few lapses in how we take care of those priority applications around the county. So what I'm asking the court, or what I'm asking from Texture and every other major vendor, is to get into that cadence where we have that continuous monitoring piece, which is we're going to continuously evaluate what those vendors are doing for us. So today, I really don't have a good picture of what's expected, what's coming back from those vendors. So it will be ideal if they can specifically outline what that process looks like.
So, Collins, can you talk specifically, during those conversations with TechShare and some of the concerns you had previously expressed?
Yeah. So from a process standpoint, there's nothing specific that tells me what remediation looks like on those specific systems, right? So if we take any of the systems, there's nothing that tells us vulnerabilities are fixed in a specific time period, especially based on that priority set. So it's open-ended. So we need to either further align on what those timeframes look like to be better stewards of Dallas County's infrastructure, or bring it in-house where we can self-manage. But if it's staying out with the vendors, then we need to have those commitments. So the recent findings we did, we're doing pen tests across all applications, and we're finding things that should have been covered a few cycles ago that are still open.
When you're talking about, all of our application portfolio, can you give us an idea of what exactly, the statutory background would be? I mean, you got your HIPAA concerns, your CISA concerns. With TechShare specifically, what are we having to look for in terms of our obligation to the data that we are inputting into these various systems?
In terms of Commissioner Koch, in terms of being able to scrub that data and validate who has access to that data, for example,
do we have that information? Do we know who has access?
We started to ask on how they have their cloud set up, how they perform things like vulnerability assessments, and I'll defer to you, Collins. Did you feel you got a good grasp on that?
So talking through in code validation as that low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Do we as Dallas County review or evaluate any of that code coming to us? Right. So there's no process today, or no ability for us as the county to receive that code and do any evaluations.
Okay.
So to me, that's a big risk.
So that was one of the things, speaking with Collin County and the TJJD, that's where they had some of the concerns too.
So do we have the opportunity to bring their CISO in and have?
They don't have a CISO.
I'm sorry?
Is that right, Collins? I don't think they have.
Yeah, I don't get a sense they have a CISO, but
that's one of the things we asked. How are they staffed, to understand how they're modeled, and how they address some of these processes, procedures, and in meeting some of this. And we didn't really garner a lot of information.
Okay, so how are they CGIS compliant without a CISO?
You technically don't need a CISO for that compliance. You need a process in place that needs to be distributed or shared with your potential customers.
Okay.
That demonstrates that security.
And we haven't seen that.
I haven't seen it. So
I'd like to make an observation at this point on this particular line of thought, that in the recent past, that an existing vendor had a very serious breach in their own software that negatively impacted Dallas County.
We have one as well with TechShare and others. It's not a matter, that's a good point, Dr.
Well,
Daniel.
But
It's not a
the
matter
point
of,
is, but the point is that let us see the process that they have in place, that they may not have that staff person with that title. But what are they doing? Because I cannot imagine that they live in a different world that is not impacted by cybersecurity.
and that's a good point, Dr. Daniel, because it's not if it's when, but it's how and how quickly it gets resolved and how those processes are set up and how we reduce the risks. And that's where it's still a little gray there based on some of our previous
See if we can
conversations.
get some detail into that then.
Yeah, so Dr. Daniels, I in reference to that specific vendor, the things I'm doing on the side, which I'm willing to share on how I'm managing that vendor and that specific incident. So I'm asking the same questions of all vendors. It's not just one.
Oh, I realize that, but I still haven't seen the final report on that particular breach either.
It's not concluded, Dr. Daniel. So once all the remediation steps are completed, I will be sharing that
Well,
with
then
the
let's make
commissioners.
that observation, that has been requested from this seat for 2, 3, 4 months now. So if we're going to point fingers to behaviors of software companies, let us have some sense of fairness and accuracy in what we're doing.
So there's a difference between notification to the vendor and working through that process. So as far as IT, we were a piece of that process, but we weren't completely part of that process. In this instance, when we did find a vulnerability, it's not if, it's when. It's going to happen, right? I think in January we talked about 20 vendors, right? There's a reason Microsoft does monthly patching, and we got to keep up with it every day. So it's not if, it's when, but it's how they respond and how quickly they respond.
I agree
Some
with you.
instances we'll get a patch within a week
agree
to
with
3. You know, to be frank with TechShare, it takes a week just to set a meeting to talk about the request, right? So as far as that timeline, we had, at some point an audit as well, which we're still, waiting for fixed. And I think
Right,
we
but
have that
another
as well.
observation is that, to the best of my knowledge, there has not been a breach in that magnitude that was coming through TechShare software. In my experience, I've only been here since 2013, but the relationship is longer than that. But let us at least take a look at the processes that would be put in place by TechShare to address this, if in fact it would happen.
But am I hearing you say that they basically aren't as responsive?
That's correct, Commissioner. I think I provided a couple of samples of how that was put together.
And in the IT world, the immediacy of response is everything.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Is it fair to say that, a lot of these interactions are emotionally charged on the side of TechShare?
I think I've provided a copy of some of those emails and some of those samples, and us trying to garner information, even as part of our annual TechShare renewal, trying to get the data that they state's on the website when it's not, trying to just garner all that. It definitely takes a lot more care and feeding than we would have to with other vendors.
I mean,
And just to be clear and fair to everyone, if TechShare is listening, we're going to have to get whatever your position and your promises are by the 13th, the meeting on the 13th, to give people a chance to see if it changes their minds or affects their positions or whatever you want to say, so we can get this done. So you need to know that and get working on it today, and don't show up on the 13th and say you need 2 more weeks.
I mean, for my part, unless there's some overwhelming advantage in the fixes coming down the road with texture, it's far less expensive to do it in-house. I don't see how you can justify doing it otherwise.
And I don't know if you can put the slides up. So here's some of the key needs identified that we'll have to work through if we stay with TechShare, and we'll have to scope out and determine level of effort and cost and so forth. So it has to do around needing an appellate module, not a parent guardian portal. I think we talked about the integration between TechShare platforms, customized user interface and user profiles, in addition to updates to prosecutor, juvenile, and automated witness notification. One of the key themes that came out of the market analysis, I believe, that we hired a third party to do was around the needs of leveraging automation, leveraging workflows to make better enhancements. So, for instance, oftentimes what we saw with some of the stakeholders, yes, the product works. I think that's a good point to emphasize, but does it work most effectively and efficiently? So, in some instances, they're having to look in 3 different places for the same data source because as part of the scope, it didn't have data migration, so they're having to refer a lot back to, AIS to compare and contrast. Sometimes they don't trust the data necessarily that's in there, so they're having to bounce between different systems. For instance, as we're getting prepared for the IDA report to the state, that's some of the things that they're trying to gather and put together.
On that fifth one, integration between TechShare platforms. Does TechShare work with other TechShare programs, or which ones work together?
They don't work here today in Dallas County. We would have to kind of scope that out to make sure it would be part of that. But there are other counties that are integrated. Now, is it a real-time integration? Is it a flat file? That's the type of stuff we'll have to dig into. And I know you worked
That's not part of their service, though. They don't, they didn't offer that as part of their service regarding integrating with their other products.
So I think the feature's there, but I think it still needs to, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure, I'll just say that we don't know. We need to. Microphone. Yeah, thank you. I'll just say that we don't know the answer to that. That's something that we need to get more information from TechShare about because, like Ms. Kraft mentioned, other counties are doing it. It's just not on Dallas County. So, is that on us to update our versions, or is that something we need to pay for? We just need more information.
Got it.
If it's being done on the product, then Dallas County would have access to it. And that's the nature of what TechShare is, and that is advancements made on the same program in whatever part of TechShare is then available to any of the participating counties, which would mean Dallas County. Any other questions?
If there's more, it's not.
Okay, is that got us then?
No, you skipped one, go back. So here, as part of, just a reminder, as part of ITGC, the direction was to move forward with an RFP for indigent defense and prosecutor and consolidation of magistration into Tyler Technology Solutions. IT, along with the IDER system management team, these were some of the controls or some of the outtakes based on a previous audit. 2 are currently in production, and 2 we're currently still waiting on for implementation. They generally have to do with people having access to vouchers and those type of stuff. So we want to make sure we can limit and put proper controls in place so people don't get misbilled, or they have a easier chance to maybe click on something that they probably shouldn't. So hopefully that'll streamline some of that. As far as the original, when we talked about that back around May, they said that it was scheduled for the next TechShare and Indigent Defense next release. Original estimate was August 22, and it was pushed back. So this does show that, that sometimes they do, you can see 2 of those key takeaways pushing in production in May relatively quickly, and the 2 are still pending or TBD.
Which also is not unknown in other vendors that Dallas County is working with. In fact, at the last court meeting, we dealt with a year's delay on JP. No, I'm sorry, on jail.
Criminal JP goes live this October.
Yeah, but jail got put back a full year.
All right. Has that got us, or anything else? Okay, great. Let me see.
Thank you, Ms. Kraft. Thank you, Charles.
Is there, so it sounds like, just for clarification, Mr. Reed, so we'll get, okay,
Do y'all need any other clarification? Okay, great.
okay.
Okay. All right, that takes us to our consent agenda. Is there a motion on that consent agenda?
I'll move the,
Move out sheriff's personnel.
I'll move the consent agenda.
Absent sheriff's personnel.
The absent sheriff's personnel.
Well, there's nothing today on personnel, so, I mean,
Actually, it showed up in the addendum.
Yeah.
oh,
But it's whatever you want to do.
we'll go ahead
I
and,
thought you said you wanted to pull it, but.
yes, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
I'll move the agenda exempt sheriff personnel.
Is there a second?
Consent agenda, huh?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries unanimously.
I'll move sheriff's personnel.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays?
I abstain.
I abstain also.
I'll abstain as well then. All right, that takes us to the bids. Is there a
call,
motion?
Judge.
So that passes 2-0.
Thanks, sir.
And this takes us to the bids. Is there a motion on the bids?
So move.
Second.
And the only reason that I didn't, number 9, Mr. Frost, did we contact the local New Car Dealers Association in regards to this? I think this is the one I voted against. You know, I don't know if y'all bring this back just to test my memory, but I voted against this.
Or your patience.
Yes, sir. We did reach out to the local car dealer association, as well as called all the local dealerships in the region. And despite all those efforts, there's very few fleet dealerships that have vehicles, period, or even will use their allocation to order for Dallas County. And CLSB will do that for Dallas County. So we did reach out. Me and Mr. Crawford actually met with the president. I don't recall his name now. And
Brent Franks.
We'll continue to do that. But right now, as you know, we're in a very difficult situation with vehicles, and this dealership will use their allocation to place our orders for Dallas County.
Yeah, and I still,
What is a TIP USA contract?
It's just one of the cooperatives we have available for Dallas County to purchase vehicles.
Yeah.
So it's one of the state allowed cooperatives to purchase.
no, it's a cooperative. It's you know, and.
We use many of them.
Yeah, no, I know.
Right, but I just wanted a clarification that the reason that Silsbee is acceptable is because it was willing to work within this particular
I hear that.
cooperative.
And the last time I said the same thing, sending all our.
But we reached out to every dealership in Dallas County in the region to see if they have fleet dealerships, if they will deal with Dallas County, if they have any availability. And then we actually went out in the market to actually try to do competitive bids. And despite these efforts, we came back through CLSB, who had is willing to use their allocation to place the order in the order in bank for Dallas County. So we did all the outreach. We actually posted it online. We contacted all the dealerships. And despite those efforts, we ended up in the same spot.
Yeah.
Mr. Crawford, I'm curious, what did you get from Mr. Franks regarding kind of the state of the market? Because very knowledgeable individual and probably can give us an idea of what we need to be looking for in the future if we're going to.
Basically, through our outreach efforts, we try to identify first and foremost who is even in the market.
Right.
But to that end, there's some efforts around minority recruitment.
Right.
And efforts like that. So that's really what he was speaking to, was some of those types of initiatives. But as you know, those take time to develop and then get to the point where you can have some results. So
How earnest are these efforts? I mean, is this,
to be frank with you, I believe the efforts are sincere. Okay.
Good.
My concern is that when you're building bench strength,
right,
you're developing, you're harvesting, you're fine, you know. So that's that takes time. It's time sensitive.
Well, I still got my EEO one from the last Silsby when I voted against them, because I still say, I know this is not anything Dallas County can do, but I'm still questioning their EEO one. They got more black folks working at the dealership in Silsby than they got in the dadgum county. Yeah, right. But anyway, I just put it on the record. I'm glad that they are obliging that we're gonna give them, $1 million, but I'm still gonna vote no. But I got you. I just want to put it on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Consent agenda is before us, Judge, and everybody.
Second.
Y'all a second, yeah. Y'all a
It's
second.
bids, yeah.
I mean
All those in
bids, I'm
favor,
sorry.
signify by saying aye.
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 Let the record just reflect I'm no on number 9.
And next we have our RFPs. Is there a motion on the RFPs?
The RFPs, I'll move the RFPs.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, this takes us to our court orders. I'm gonna read these pulls slowly to make sure we have them right. I know there's been some confusion, not confusion on the part of the court members, confusion, better word, uncertainty about what's being pulled and what's not being pulled with some folks. So
We need to figure out a better way to pull. I just haven't.
I think the 3-day weekend, it might have messed up some of the pulls, so
Okay,
let me go through these.
Okay, sounds good.
16 is being pulled until the special session.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. 20 is being pulled because we have a speaker on 20. 37 is being pulled because there's an error in the contract. 40 is being pulled at the request of Dr. Garcia because it contains an exception.
No, 33.
No,
Thir-
40 does not.
No, 33 is the one I pulled
Oh,
because
I'm
an
sorry.
exception, and 40 is because I pulled for a separate
discussion.
vote.
Discussion,
Yeah,
okay.
but we're gonna discuss
So
it.
33 is being pulled because of an exception. And the 4 votes, which I'm about to get on my deal here. Okay, the votes on 53 and 54 are being pulled for our special session on Friday.
Right.
That's our budget and tax rate for the county. 55 and 56 are being pulled for separate votes as per the law because they deal with a budget and a tax rate,
Right.
All right.
right?
Right.
So if that's everyone's understanding,
It is.
can I get a motion and a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, so the ones we're pulling is 20, 27, 33, and 40.
No, it's the ones I said. It's 16, 20,
16, 20.
33, 37, 40, 53, 54, 55, and 56.
So 27 was not there.
Wait, no, 37 was listed as a,
It was pulled.
is pulled for pulled for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I pulled 37 primarily because in the contract, it's a typo, $5,000 a day as opposed to a total 5,000 overall. But the
Gotcha.
training doesn't start until November, so it's just best we just pull it and give them a chance to.
So let me just get this straight. 16, 20, 37, 53, and 54 are pulled for 2 weeks. Right?
Yeah, 37, yeah,
No.
No?
Yes.
16 is pulled for the
This
special
Friday.
session. 53 and 54 are pulled for the special
Right.
session.
Wow. Okay.
20 is pulled because we have a speaker on it.
speaker.
Right.
33
And 40.
and 40 are pulled because Dr. Garcia has either a comment or
Right.
wants to vote
Separate vote.
Yes.
A separate vote.
This reminds me, numbers 20 and 21, that there is a correction in that Mr. Bassan and I have already talked about, but had not been made.
But you got a speaker on 20.
Yeah,
so
you have.
Oh, we gotta pull 21 as well then, right? If there's a correction?
Yeah,
Well, do we need to pull it or can we read the correction in the record?
well, it's just adding constables into
I'm
it.
not, can you remind me what?
It was just
your-
adding constable's office.
I understand. So Dr. Daniel's referring to, in the briefing document, there was additional departments being consolidated to the site, which also included the constable's office.
Right,
Understand.
just to make sure it's
I
included.
thought we still
that's
had a speaker.
No, I think you're talking about 21, aren't you? But okay, so with that correction, can we just proceed with 21?
20, 21,
Okay.
33, and 40.
So I think we got a motion and a second on the, on it already. Is there any more questions about what's pulled and what's not pulled?
Do we have a motion in a second?
I believe so. I think
we're good.
Commissioner Daniel moved and Commissioner Price seconded.
Okay.
Okay.
So these are the non-pulled court orders. Is there any comments before we vote on them?
Yes, I have some comments. Well, no, we have to vote first. And we do that.
No, you gotta.
Okay, the
say
comments
whatever you
first?
wanna say
Okay,
and we'll
sounds
vote.
good. We'll go. I just wanted to, on the legislative agenda, court order number 7, first of all, I want to thank administration, Mr. Martin, and of course, Mr. Reed for bringing this forward. I mean, we can see the schedule is present in the court order. One of the things that I wanted to put on the record, colleagues, I mean, we talk about it every 2 weeks. When we talk about mental health, and we talk extensively this morning, so I will keep my comments short. But one of the things that I've been saying is we can say and we can talk and we can pass all resolutions and, talk about the numbers and the backlog, but in reality, unless we change the system, it will continue to be just talk. And one of the things that we can do every 2 years when the legislature meets is change that system. So we have talked about mental health this morning, and one of the things that we have not been able to do is to all those individuals that are in jail, that go through that are not competent to stand trial. Then we send them for treatment. We send them to the hospital. They come back, and then we go back to the same story because, the trial might take months, might take more than 3 or 4 months. By that time, the person is not competent to stand trial again. And that is exactly what happened in this article that the Dallas Morning News published yesterday. And I think Ms. Gonzalez had probably called all of us. Yep. I know that when she talked to me, she mentioned that she had reached to some of my colleagues. And it's the story of her son, which has been in and out of mental treatment through the county jail, through other mental facilities, and guess what? He has not been able to be competent long enough to stand trial. And in this article, there was somebody from Dallas County that made a fabulous comment. And I want to recognize him today. I know I called him and I told him, Mr. Heichel, you were the only person in the whole article, which is a very extensive article, that actually say what we had to do. And that is force the system for inmates like Mr. Longoria to have the trial while they're still competent before they go through another cycle in the Dallas County Jail that we know is around 160 days,
But Dr.
approximately.
Garcia, but the person who, first of all, we've had the legislation, we've got the legislation. There's really no teeth. And I think you've heard me from this lectrum before. We've contacted, I think, Mr. Reed, we've contacted Representative Rose.
Yes.
And we've asked her to put teeth.
Yeah.
Yes, and we have been asking, and I'm probably going to be asking for a while. We've been asking for a lot of different legislative issues for many, many years, and I can come on three or five of them just on top of my head. But this one is one that we really need to do, and I know it's part of it, and the other part is the jail. Here we are in Facilities Committee talking about how is the next jail, because we're about to be dated in the Dallas County Jail, right, Mr. Bazan, in 5 years. And we've been talking about how we're going to design it. And I just hate to design another county jail that is going to be dated and it's not going to be functional for the criminal justice system of the future. So, Mr. Reed, no pressure. But could you please elaborate on how can we go to the legislature during this coming session and actually start putting something that makes logic into our legislatures, and hopefully we all can be proud that when they pass money for a hospital, it's big enough to comply with demand. That when we do something to change the system, it actually change just the system that we know is dated, is broken at almost every single level. And Mr. Heichel, thank you so much. I mean, you made us look good here.
Well, and but be clear, Dr. Garcia said this
Well-
twice today. No, but twice today. People, unfortunately, who are charged with offenses are considered, quote, forensic. And in the new bed, the 200 beds, it's only, and we've been told in our committee, our behavioral committee, that it is now going to have 50 beds. When we began the discussion, it was 25 beds. And so that's only 50. And so it's not even 200. Forensic beds are different than beds throughout the rest of the system. And so, and they're going to increase beds. We're going to have more than 200 because children's have now bought into the equation. And I think to the tune of about another 100 beds. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I mean, while we got the money and the appropriations and all, it still does not address where you're trying to go, and I hear you. Forensic beds. Forensic beds, unfortunately, still not in the equation until, and as I said to Representative Rose and our committee said to her, until such time that there are some teeth in that legislation that holds either judges or county or someone responsible for those individuals before they decompensate again, that's where we've got to go. And
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, that is part of our legislative agenda this go around, is to require judicial officers and attorneys to honor the statutory timelines that we fought for with Representative Rose back in the 84th legislative session. The timeline has been in place since 2015, and until recently it had been honored, but there is no penalty for violating the timeline. And so that's what we are now working with Representative Rose's office to do, is get some penalties in place for not honoring that timeline that has been in place now for 7 years.
Right. Well, and I just wanted to be sure that, I know that one of the strongest voices, we have it right here at the Horseshoe. We have it at the legislature as an extension of state government. I have to put in movement anything the state legislature passes. And here is when the rubber meets the road, when I am pretty much hand-tied to eliminate injustices that I know are there. And, part of what Honorable Crusoe says, we just need to look. And this is exactly when the system shows that it's broke. And the hardest part to read here is God knows how many more Mr. Longorias are in the Dallas County Jail. That shouldn't be there. They're mentally ill, not, precisely need to be part of the system. So with that, thank you, Mr. Reed. And we need teeth. I know my colleagues, have talked to Representative Rose, and I have talked to some of the other representatives as well. But part of the problem that we have is everything is so compartmentalized. That you talk to one and says, well, but I'm not in that committee. You talk to, go to the mental health committee and go to this committee, and we can go into 20 million committees, and, we're lucky we find 3 people that know what exactly we're talking about. So,
Mr. Reed, I want to echo a lot of the thank yous here. The legislative proposals that we have in front of us are both impactful and ripe. I mean, things that we can actually make a difference on and will aid greatly. And to echo a lot of my colleagues' comments, essentially, holding our folks in the jail and allowing them to decompensate has been cruelty by negligence. It's been that bureaucratic drift that we've been unable to fix ourselves. So we're asking the state desperately to get this fixed. I would also like to mention and perhaps echo that we continually are in this pretty terrible game of chicken with the state regarding mental health services. If we do for ourselves, we will see dollars allocated by the state go elsewhere because on a per capita basis, the problem isn't as bad as it is elsewhere. That is something that I don't know if we can, that's a big thing to bite off this next session, but it's certainly something that I hope that we can have more public discussions on that, at some point, we're gonna have to do more for ourselves, and we can't do it to the detriment of our state funding. I'm very hopeful that some of our state legislators here in Dallas County hear that and recognize that, because, we're not the only urban county that's doing that, and it's kind of that bureaucratic negligence that is essentially cruelty.
That balance is very much is very much discussed, maybe not so much in the committees per se, but that awareness of leaving Dallas County vulnerable for budget cuts if we are able to take care of ourselves. And that's a very real discussion. So thank you very much for bringing that up.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Thank you, colleagues. The other item I wanted to put out there was also with court administration is the establishment of the Dallas County Courts at Law Backlog Court. We have been going through this for quite some time as Dallas County, seeing all our JP courts, backlog, as well as the amount of filings that we have seen in the Dallas County Courts at Law. One of the biggest challenges that we have had was the JPs in the suburbs, got, pretty much their court coordinators and, the support immediately, while in the Dallas County JP courts, which are the Latino courts, the ones in Dallas, have seen, a lot of lack of tracking for being politically correct, and resources being channeled and funneled to these courts. So I am very, very pleased to see this item here. I hope that we continue to work with United Way to be sure that as the city of Dallas put their plan, we can, help the JPs. Honorable Hasso and Martinez have been really challenged by, the fact that resources were appropriated for the city of Dallas and Dallas County. So I would like to see what the results and the numbers are, Mr. Reed. Obviously, I know that we have the two of the visiting associate judges will be in two of the auxiliary courtrooms on the 5th floor of west side of George Allen, and the third visiting judge will be housed in a remote location, if permitted by law, established solely as a remote proceeding court to handle matters that do not require in-person proceedings. Can you elaborate a little bit more about that?
We're trying to provide as much flexibility as we can to the county courts of law, given our space limitations. There are a number of classification cases that can be handled virtually using the court call system, and the court call system. So we're trying to make sure that the visiting judges that we bring on have the flexibility to do that. Really just trying to streamline the process as much as possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Reed. I really appreciate you and your team working on this. It's something really needed. I appreciate it.
I was trying not to say anything about
Then
this.
don't say it, Commissioner.
Okay, yeah.
If you're
When
trying,
I
don't kill
still
yourself.
say, when I was at this court started out, those courts had 5,000 cases each. Those courts now have 800 cases each. They changed the jurisdiction. It went to the JP courts primarily. They had concurrent jurisdiction. I've never seen a compression of any courts more than these courts. We still have 5 judges. And it takes a legislative fix. I get it. I'm gonna go back to Maya Angelou and the courage, because the work is not there.
Sadly, the people are the ones who suffer. Thank you so much.
Okay, any further? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, this now takes us to 20. We have a speaker on 20. Will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speaker?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with provisions of Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and/or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
And our speaker on this matter is Victor Toledo. Mr. Victor Toledo. Mr. Victor Toledo. And would Victor perhaps be on the computer? Don't see him? Okay.
He's not here, sir, and he was in support of the project.
Okay.
Oh, excellent.
All right, so is there a motion on 20?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstain?
I abstain.
All right. And I'll vote aye as well. All right, next we have number 33. Quarter number.
I'll move court order number 33.
Right. Is there a second on
Second.
this? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right. That motion carries 4-1. Next, we have court order number 37. That's
No,
been
no, it's
pulled
pulled.
for 2
That's
weeks.
pulled. That's pulled.
And
Commissioner
next, we
Parkland.
have court order number 40.
I'm going to move 40 so we can begin discussion purposes.
Second.
All right. Well, we can discuss it. It's in your district, of course.
Oh, no, I know.
No,
Oh, I'm clear about it. Yeah, I'm clear about it. Mr. Tamayo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to put stuff on the record. Mr. Tamayo, please.
Yes, Judge, Commissioner Price, Commissioners, thank you. Item 40 is a 10-year 50% tax abatement on real property increases and 50% tax abatement on business personal properties for 10 years for Southport LLC and Nike to establish a $60 million plus distribution center in the city of Wilmer. It would also employ 500 plus employees.
And I've talked, Judge and colleagues, I've been kind of hand in glove. I know Nike, Southport is here today. I did have Mr. Crawford look at had some concerns with regards to EEO1. Have you had a chance to review that, Mr. Crawford? And Mr. Tamayo and I have been going back and forth with them to extract him. But what
And
would you?
so am I. And it's amazing, Commissioner Price, that Nike, the Greek mythology winged goddess of victory. I love that. Just do it.
Those are black wings.
Well, I'm telling you, Commissioner.
Nobody has spent more money. Anyway, go ahead. Continue.
Let me keep going. I'm going to lose my concentration. And I mean, and it's so fabulous, right? I mean, it's such a brand, such a recognizable brand. And, of the 314 positions of the BPs, there's 8 Latinos. But if you want to make it even better, in the board of directors, there's none. Of a multi-million-dollar corporation that is bought, I mean, the Latino power, of acquisition is not in the millions, whereas with the African-American power. And you're telling me that they have these numbers? And they come to Dallas County and ask for a 50% tax abatement? The only thing that is saving this ask is the fact that it's in the southern sector.
I got it.
But I have to tell you, just with this, and no wonder they took forever to bring us these numbers. They knew, that coming to Texas, 42% Latino population, and they have no Latino board of directors, and they have only 8 vice presidential positions in the C-suite. That's a shame. So I am sorry. I mean, more than anything, for the Greek mythology, win goddess of victory, you know, because let's do it. Let's change that. And I'm going to abstain about
No,
this
I want
one.
to stay with it. Let's do it. Anyway, Mr. Crawford, that's what I'm looking for.
No, no,
I'm
no,
looking for him to do it.
Let's do it, change it.
Yeah, do a change. Okay.
Definitely. I had a chance to review the data, and I was very concerned. When you take into consideration, and as the commissioners have touched on, we know who their core base of consumers are, and we know who they market to. And then when you look at the history, they were founded on performance. You know, their CEO was an athlete himself. And so when you think about that, and I know they're a highly competitive company, they want to be market leaders in everything that they touch. So in looking at that data, it wasn't very impressive, and it was pedestrian. I know they would feel the same because they're highly competitive. They compare themselves to no one, and I know that, quite frankly. But in looking at those numbers, I'm really concerned. I was going to share this with Mr. Tamayo in order to share with them. When you think about the visibility in the community, in which they do a lot, they will go in and refurbish playgrounds with recycled shoes. They have a strong community engagement effort. When we look at their workforce numbers, especially as it relates to Dallas County.
When you say community, what do you mean?
So their presence in a community, they know who their base is. It's minorities.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what
so
I
they
wanted
go
to-
into those urban areas and they spend a lot of time. They will build homes. They have a lot of outreach activities with their employees. They refurbish playgrounds using old discarded shoes. You could turn in your old shoes and they will, utilize that rubber to make the
Recycle.
playgrounds.
Recycle.
Yeah,
Favorite
repurpose.
word.
So one of the things that I was going to share with Mr. Tamayo was that we meet with them to have some discussions around their minority recruitment efforts, because think about the number of athletes, former and current, on every level, collegiate, high school, and pros who are retired, who could help them with those, to Commissioner Garcia's point, join the board, leadership. There's a set pool out there. I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but I'm just wondering why they haven't tapped into their community.
And the only reason, and again, Mr. Tamayo and I have been going back and forth. I've been going back and forth with Wilmer. And I wish I thought that this one installation, I wanted to be on the record. I wanted their representative to understand that we're on the record, that if we go down this road, we go down it begrudgingly. And there's no way to factor in that somehow contingent on that in our policy that they improve.
But before we vote, do you want to have that meeting? Because if we vote them a tax break, then you have the meeting.
I feel strongly that with their track record and Dallas being a majority minority city, that we have those discussions and see what they would.
So we have those
Even
before
the
we
county.
vote on this one?
And the county.
Okay.
So why don't we just pull this for 2 weeks? Is there a reason why we can't pull this for 2 weeks? Somebody's raising their hand back there.
Yeah.
Sir, you can tell us something.
You can come forward.
It's
I
been in
think
the
he's
pipeline
fine.
for a long time.
I mean, Nike has been responsive in the past, and perhaps Commissioner Price remembers when I was the ripe age of 11, Public Enemies shut them down, right?
That's right.
Chuck D said,
That's
right?
it. You
Regarding
want me-
Nike
you
not
want-
giving
yeah.
back to the community.
Okay.
So they changed their ways. They changed their ways in the
Mm-hmm.
90s. So I guess they can do so again regarding making sure that they hire more on their board.
Yeah.
I wanted to let you know that, Commissioners, that we have both representatives of Nike here and online who are willing to take answers.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
hear, can we please hear from
Come on down. Give your name and address for the record and who you represent.
My name is Eric Geisler. I'm president of Economic Incentive Services representing Nike. As Mr. Tamayo said, we do have representatives on the line that are on the WebEx and will be able to answer your questions directly, which are great questions. Just to remind you, this is in a high priority area of Dallas County, as you
We know.
We know.
The enterprise zone area, poverty level over 20%. And as Mr. Crawford indicated, Nike is very active and involved in the communities in which they are located. In terms of EEO, to your question and yours, commissioners, they may not be where you want them to be or where they want to be right now in terms of DEI, but they have probably the strongest goals and an enviable record and goals for DEI in the industry. And what we provided to you, I think back in February when we made application initially, was their 2020 report. We didn't have the 2021 report at that point, but we do have the results of that, and the folks from Nike, from Nike can talk to you about the progress towards those goals in DEI, and would welcome any other questions that you have. We have, I think, online Melissa Valancourt, who is the Director of Governmental Affairs. Excuse me. And
where is she?
oh, she is.
Can you get her, Aaron?
Up yet,
Can you pull
but,
her up? There she is. She doesn't look African American to me.
Does she speak Spanish?
Melissa,
she speak Spanish?
go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and the consideration. We're certainly excited to become part of the Dallas County community, and we certainly hear the important issues you raise. My name is Melissa Valancourt. I'm part of the Nike team engaged on this project, and I'm in Beaverton, Oregon. Sorry I couldn't be with you in person.
How long have you been with Nike? And what?
Almost 20 years. Started in the Washington, D.C. Government Affairs Office.
And you represent the diversity and inclusion part of Nike
Well, I can give you a
for
little
20
bit
years?
I can give you a little bit of background about our approach for DE&I, and certainly that it's a continued strategic priority for Nike. And we are, as Eric mentioned, committed to having an increasingly diverse team and culture. And in recent years, we have made some structural and organizational changes to help facilitate the work. So we've elevated our DE&I team to sit at the heart of Nike's people and culture strategy. We've combined our talent and diversity and inclusion teams under a single leader. We also announced certain targets for the company to work toward for our fiscal year 2025, including increasing representation of women in our global corporate workforce and leadership positions, as well as increasing representation of U.S. racial and ethnic minorities in our U.S. corporate workforce and at the director level and above. And as Eric mentioned, we did provide information in our original submission to the county from our most recent purpose report, which is public. And there's a lot of information in there, so I encourage you to look through it. And since then, our more recent report has been published. And so I can share some of the information on where we are today. Our corporate board of directors of 12 include 8 men and 4 women. And of the 12, 3 identify as African American. Today, 43% of Nike's leadership positions.
Hold on just a second. Of
sorry?
the 12, you say 8 identify as African American?
No, 3.
No, 3.
And how many of those are Latinos or Latinas?
I'm not aware that any identify.
Correct. So you have none. All right. Thank you so much.
So 43% of Nike's leadership positions are held by women. That's a 3.7% increase in leadership roles globally since our last report. We've spent $197 million with diverse suppliers, and 30.3% of director level and above employees in the U.S. are from racial and ethnic minority groups. That's a 4.1 percentage point increase over the last year. Our targets include 45% of women in leadership positions globally by 2025, $1 billion in cumulative spend on diverse suppliers by 2025, and we're looking to maintain the representation, the 30% of racial and ethnic minorities at the director level and above in the U.S.
Is there any truth? Is there any truth that Serena Williams is going to join your board?
I have not heard that,
Yeah,
so I
okay.
cannot verify that.
Well, which
Great
Latino
question.
athlete is going to join you too with Serena? I'm sorry, continue.
Continue.
I would just add finally that, Nike's values, including our DE&I efforts and approach, extends to where we have operations and employees. And we certainly choose who we do business with carefully, and we seek partners who uphold and align with our values and commitments. So I hope this helps with the information you're interested in. But I would encourage, as it relates to specific representation data, that is available in our published report. And it represents information for all employees, director level and above, and vice president leadership team levels.
And that's your latest published report.
I would love to see it. And Judge, I wasn't thinking about pulling it today. Actually, I was just going to abstain about this vote. But now I really want to read that report. If in 1 year you increase it 3.6%, well, I want to see where. Because honestly, you just say that your goal for 2 years is 45%. How are you going to achieve that if in 1 year you only did 3.6%?
Well, we certainly have priorities with DE&I education with our employees, and that includes talent acquisition, so that all of our Nike employees and leaders have cultural awareness and understand how to build
Yes, but
diverse
if you
and
don't
inclusive
have
teams.
any minorities in your board, and if you don't, well, you have three. You have three. How are you going to achieve that? 45% in 2 years, when in last year you only did 3.6. That is a heck of a curve.
Yeah, I appreciate and recognize that, and thank you for raising this. Like I said, it's a really important issue and strategy for us and many others. But certainly Nike is no stranger to challenges, and we are we recognize that we set ambitious goals and we do our best to get there.
Well, as I said, for purposes of discussion, Dr. Garcia, and I'm sure that we're on no timelines with regards to 2 weeks. So we look forward to reviewing
the report.
And so I'm going to
And also, if possible, I would like you to meet with
Mr. Crawford.
Maybe Mr. Tamayo again.
Yes.
Meet with both of those, by Zoom or something.
With a plan for this region. This county is 60% African American, Latino and African American. This county. And then when we, no, it's about 60%.
Yeah. 45 for 30.
But the point is that again, when we start talking about their base, and I appreciate the fact that we understand the zone, we understand where you are in that area, and we appreciate all that outreach. But policies usually drive direction. I don't care whether they're public or private, drives direction. And at the end of the day, what I'm going to do, since I made it for purposes of discussion, I'm going to pull it down and yield to Dr. Garcia and let her pull it for 2 weeks, and then y'all confer.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you for your time. I would like to add that, the company's working very closely with Dallas College in terms of training for these employees, and they are self-motivated but also incentivized by the city to hire folks within Wilmer, within Dallas County, and within the Dallas County Inland Port area, which addresses your earlier issue about transportation.
Right, Mr. Tamayo?
No. I'm aware of that, and Cedar Valley. Oh, no. I got it. Yeah, well, we're still at that policy apex.
Yeah,
we're trying to get.
But your efforts are definitely noticed and appreciated. But still, the point of it is we want to see the report and see, the proof's in the pudding.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much.
We appreciate it.
Thank you for coming, and thank you, Miss Melissa Leon.
I
mean, definitely Nike can do more, but I do also want to say that, often governments and areas will, hey, we need you more than you need us type of deal. And I think when you look at a lot of the, you know, the transitability and some of the things that are happening in South Dallas, we're not in a place to be desperate. We're just not. I don't think that, you know, and I don't want to ever give off that message that, hey, you know, we're just going to take anything we can get because we want, you know, all the facilities down there. I mean, I think that we're going at pace. We're getting a lot of great distribution centers. And if they, you know, if they're electronics or if they're shoes or whatever they happen to be, we're going to get them because I think that we've, you know, the Texas story is one of tremendous economic growth. So, I think it's, you know, we have a lot of goals to click. We have a lot of boxes to check before we say to taxpayers, hey, listen, you know, you're not going to receive those dollars that you normally would have because we're giving incentives to an organization. Clearly, Nike is an organization that has been involved in the inner city communities because, you know, they got that push in the 90s and they started to change their ways. You know, I'd like to see how that's going to continue to change and evolve over the years.
Thank you very much. And just so you know, I mean, this has been a long site selection process.
Sure,
and
everybody's
so
coming.
This site was one of many that they were looking at.
Absolutely.
And so, you know,
but there's a reason why you
whether
picked
we
this
like
one.
them or not, incentives are kind of part of the equation these days.
No,
and
you're a publicly held company. You've got to make sure the dollars and cents work out. I get
So,
it, but we're not
we
desperate.
appreciate your consideration, period. So, and we're happy to provide that next report. And I think you'll be pleased with it. You can see for your own eyes what Melissa was saying. And we look forward to working with you.
Sure, no problem. Look forward to it.
Thank
And
you.
Serena's waiting.
Okay, she's got my cell
She got you.
phone, so-
Okay, got you. Okay.
Well, we need to find the Latino counterpart.
Well, thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
coming. We appreciate the
Looking forward to
information.
the report.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Tamayo. And thank you for that energy out there.
All right, this takes us, let me see where this takes us. This takes us to court order. Sorry.
The rest have been addressed, no?
No, this takes us to court order number 55.
55 and,
56.
55, 56.
We'll do those one, I think we probably better do those one at a time.
Right.
So, is there a motion on the Parkland budget?
So moved.
Second, all right. Is there any discussion on the vote on the Parkland budget?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor of the budget for Parkland Hospital, the Dallas County Hospital District, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries unanimously. Next is the budget for Parkland Hospital.
No, the tax rate.
Tax rate.
I'm sorry, the tax rate for Parkland Hospital, the Dallas County Hospital District.
She needs to read. She needs to read.
Yeah, Dr. Cerise read it this morning, but I will reread it for the record. You know, move to adopt the property tax be increased by an adoption of tax rate of 0.235 which is effectively an 8.26% increase in the tax rate tax code state 2605B based on the difference with the NNR. NNR is 0.217805. Proposed rate 0.235 exceeds by 0.017995, exceeds by 8.26197747.
Second.
All right, and you seconded.
I'll second.
All right. Is there any discussion, any discussion on the Parkland Hospital rate before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor of the Parkland, which is the Dallas County Hospital District tax rate, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries unanimously. All right, that concludes.
Judge, can I read something to the record?
Go ahead.
Well, item number 3 under the travel for the first miscellaneous, we do not pay for Dallas lodging in Dallas area. It was an oversight by our department. We put it on.
Yeah.
Dr. Garcia brought it to my attention, so I need to pull that. We do not reimburse for lodging.
Which
in Dallas
is
County.
that?
Pardon?
It's a miscellaneous.
It's a miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Yeah, it's
That's an
large.
addendum or?
It's the first one.
It's the first one, Commissioner
It's
Price.
it's item number 3. Well, it's.
miscellaneous brief.
Good catch.
It's item 8 on the miscellaneous first one, Commissioner. It's County Criminal Court, number 3.
So you're saying that's been corrected?
We're pulling it for now because I haven't gotten confirmation what was the intention of it.
Got it.
But it's,
Good catch.
for a, course that is in Dallas, and they're charging for $462 in lodging.
Great catch.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the other one, it was a repetition, right?
Yeah, those were duplicates.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And this, thank you so much. This will take us to our public speakers. We've got, we've already read the rules of decorum. Dolores Phillips, you're first. You've already spoken in the new courtroom, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
You were absent last month.
yeah, there's I don't think so, but yeah, there's a clock up there somewhere. Yeah, it's like the old.
Dolores Phillips, P.O. Box 530236, Grand Prairie, Texas. You do have handouts. What you did to Mr. Groden for 20-plus years, started 1994 to 1995, him having 3 civil complaints. DC 06125001, personal injury, he prevailed. DC 14-01521, civil rights violations, he prevailed. 310 CV 1280, constitutional rights violations, he prevailed. I've been standing before you. Remind you, Robert Groden is a non-minority. Dallas battled him. 2 police officers spoke in federal court on the record, for the record, that they were instructed to make Mr. Groden's life a living, miserable hell, and they did that. The jury came back and asked the judge a question in 310 CV 1280, why is the city of Dallas not a defendant? The Fifth Court of Appeals in 15-10073 agreed and remanded it back to the federal court. Robert Groden prevailed again. Right now, I have a judge, Honorable Williams, this is public record, sued the city of Dallas, 311 CV 00397. She prevailed after speaking of retaliation, harassment, hostile working environment. She's my judge with the city of Dallas being a party. I don't know why she didn't recuse herself. Hurt people hurt people. There's a motion for recusal. She's also now being asked to be a witness by subpoena to her knowledge of what happened to her with the city of Dallas. Also, right now in the Fifth Court of Appeals, right across the street, is a sabotage document that I didn't file that way electronically, but has since been altered. Right now, with the stolen exhibits that were reduplicated, somebody needs to find out who removed those stolen exhibits and why. It's also involving sabotaged education, hostile living environment, hostile working environment. And Honorable Jenkins, Dallas County and City Dallas, deliberate delusional denial has now become their permanent reality, and it's dangerous for the people, and it's also dangerous for the government. The people who went to the Capitol on January the 6th were white people who went to go get white people. When slavery was lawful, it was the house niggers who did more harm to the field niggers than the slave master could ever do. So America has raised psychologically traumatized people, and in the open quid pro quo, it's the same as the crackdown that Mr. Groden called the crackdown. It's one and the same. And one more thing, please, Honorable Jenkins.
Go ahead, Dolores. Go ahead.
I need you to know, and I say this in humility, is that when I'm studying these cases, it's more government workers that's angry with the city of Dallas and Dallas County. Right. And when the man went to Dallas Police Department, I'm saying, when I'm in here, I'm looking around because what y'all do behind the scenes is very corrupt to the public and to yourselves. Thank you, Honorable Jenkins.
All right, thank you. All right, our next speaker is Amber Taylor. Amber Taylor. All right, we don't see her online, okay. So, and we've already checked for Victor Leah. Our last speaker is Mr. Hopkins. I did see him earlier. William Hopkins. Might run to the restroom or be out somewhere.
Yeah, he was sitting over there.
Oh, William Hopkins. Y'all might go look for him. I know he's been waiting here for a couple hours, so. All right. Well, if we don't see him in the next 30 seconds, we'll adjourn to our closed session as provided by Chapter 551 of the Government Code. Any action that it needs to take place from discussions in closed session will take place in an open court session. And we'll begin that closed session here momentarily, unless we find Mr. Hopkins. And either way, it'll be 30 minutes.
Just got here.
Thank you, appreciate that.
All right, let me know if you need anything. Thanks.
All right. You'll have 3 votes for sandwiches. I don't know.
Okay,
the
I
colleague-
set it up to have sandwiches for you guys every court.
So that, whoever that member of the court was is overruled.
Okay,
Okay, so we all set to,
I love it.
okay, sure. Well, and
Are we recording? Are you
I'm
recording?
just saying adjourn, so y'all don't have to wait if I get
So we're
started.
recording and
Yeah.
you go ahead and adjourn.
Correct.
We good? All right, the court is adjourned. Thank y'all for your time and patience and preparation today.
Thank you
See you
very
on Friday.
much.